Hey there, today we are building something next level, an app that's going to be a killer for Lovable, Google Stitch, Bolt, Base64 and many more. But here is the twist. We are adding a game-changing feature that none of these apps have. Introducing a website generator, a full-stack AI SaaS application that's create complete website in just one click. And here is the magic. You can edit inline without regenerating the entire website code again. Let me show you the complete demo, how it works, and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. As this is the full stack SaaS application which we are going to build with the help of React, Next.js and the power of AI. Now in order to try the demo, the link is in the description. Click on it and then you will land on this application, as this is our landing screen where you can enter your project requirements or website requirements, or you can even use the quick suggestion in order to test this application. In order to access your own workspace, simply sign in to the app and then click get started. Over here you will find you have option to add a new project. You will see all the previous project which you created, and at the bottom you will see the remaining credits for the free user. You have option to upgrade to the unlimited plan so that user can create unlimited project, and you can even manage your account through the Clerk account and authentication service provider. Over here simply enter your requirements and then click submit. Once you submit it, it will generate your website in streaming format. It will show you whenever the content is generated and you will see the live preview instantly. Pretty cool, right? No one can give you this kind of feature. This is the first feature which make our application unique. Now let me show you the second feature. If you want to edit any of these component or element, you don't need to tell AI again, and you don't need to wait it to regenerate that particular section again. If you want to edit anything, select that component and you will see you have option do the inline editing, and it will open a setting option. Over here, whichever component you select, you will see I can hover on this one, and once you select, it will open the setting tab. You have option to change the font size, update the color, or you want change the alignment along with the background color. For example, let's say you want to change this background to red, and boom, instantly it will change the background of that particular button. You can even add a padding, change the border radius, or even update the margin. And another interesting part, if you know the coding or any user know the coding and how to apply Tailwind CSS classes, you can even apply Tailwind CSS classes directly to your element. No AI, just pure inline editing feature. Pretty awesome, right? And once you are done with your editing, simply save it, and then it will automatically update to your database. Another thing that I wanted to tell you is editing and generating the AI image. Once you select the element and you want to update the image for this one, simply automatically it will generate the prompt which is relevant to your website. Then simply click generate AI image, or even you can have option to upload your own AI image as well. With the help of ImageKit AI transformation feature, we added some feature like smart cropping, drop shadow, or even upscaling the image, background remove of the current selected image, and many other. And then you're gonna learn how you can easily add this AI transformation with the help of ImageKit AI transformation model. Once everything is done, you can see the live preview by clicking this view button, and you can see actual working application ready to use and deploy. Over here, you can even check how it looks on a mobile view. Just click on it and it will turn it into a mobile view as well. This application is a responsive, and whatever the content we are generating, that also responsive. So you can switch it and look how it looks on the both different size of screens. If you want to get access to the code, simply click on code and then it will show you the code generated by this AI model, and which will give you all the code access. And if you want to download this file in order to run it and deploy it, simply click on download button and then it will start downloading. All this feature, all of this application we are going to implement completely from the scratch. At each step, I'm going to provide you the source code for each of the pages. Along with that, the step-by-step workflow explanation and how it executes. Obviously, I'm going to teach you how to build a complete workflow so that you will not miss any step while building this application. Then, not only that, but we converted this application into a SaaS by adding a pricing model. Over here, if user want to upgrade, simply click on upgrade to unlimited and then it will open a pricing table. Over here, currently user is on active mode, but if you want to join an unlimited subscription, you can do that. Simply click on subscribe, and with the help of Clerk billing, we added inline payment gateway subscription model. Over here, you will see the payment method, or you can even add new payment method and simply click pay. Once you make the payment, you will see now you are on the unlimited plan, and then you have no longer project creation limit. You can create unlimited projects. And that also we are going to learn from the scratch. In order to manage your pricing, we have this Clerk feature to manage your account. Over here in the billing, you can see your subscription, payment method, or you can see your statement and the payment which you made. Everything is included in this course. So guys, this application and the feature you will not find anywhere and in any SaaS application which we are going to build and learn in this particular course. If you want to learn how to add an interesting advanced feature into this application, then please give 500 plus like to this video so that I can create a next part of this particular project. But whatever you see in the demo, everything is available in this course. So this complete application we're gonna build with the help of React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Typescript and the power of AI. But in order to add some interesting feature like image AI transformation, we are going to use an ImageKit. ImageKit is a platform where you can store your image and make AI image transformation feature. And obviously for authentication and the subscription billing, we are going to use a Clerk. If you want to get access to my application source code, the link is in the description, or you can simply go to the tubeguruji.com and join the pro membership, where you will get an exclusive courses and access to my source code as well. With many projects are free and many projects have member only discount as well. Also, don't forget to visit my first startup project called Kravix Studio. Kravix Studio is an AI short film generator platform where you can generate the short film within just 2 minutes. Enter the prompt and then you can simply generate a video. You will see the storyboard where you can edit each scene one by one along with the narration, animation, and you have complete control on what you are generating. You can even edit and create your own character and then generate the episode based films as well. If you are a developer, then you have developer API option to use this Kravix Studio platform. So guys, this Kravix Studio is free to start. Give a try. The link is in the description. So guys, let's get started. And if you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe. If you press notification bell icon, then you will not miss any update from me, and press like button for the next upcoming video. So let's get started. Now let's first create the React application. In order to create this React application, obviously we are going to use a Next.js, because Next.js is a React framework to develop the web application, and it provides a lot of inbuilt functionality like folder-based routing, client-server rendering, and there are many other features you will find with the Next.js. And if you are new to the Next.js, don't worry, because everything I'm going to teach you from the basic. Very first thing, open a folder where you want to create a project and open a terminal at that folder. If you are using Windows, make sure to open a command prompt and then simply type a command npx create next app at latest. Now after entering this, obviously it will install the latest version of the Next.js. But if you want to install any specific version, just type that version number. Okay, so in this case, let's say we want to install 15.5.4 and then click enter. After that, say yes to the proceed and then give the project name. So here we'll say AI website generator. Then click enter and then it will ask, do you want to use Typescript? Say yes. Then we'll say none to the lint, yes to the Tailwind CSS. So it will install the latest version of the Tailwind CSS, which is version 4. And then no to the source directory, yes to the app router, no to the turbo pack, no to the import allies, and then you will see it started installing some dependency like React, React DOM and Next, and some dev dependency for TypeScript and the Tailwind CSS. Once the project is created successfully, simply open a VS Code and inside this VS Code, we'll close the existing one and simply open a folder. So in my case, you have to just go to that folder where you just created this project and open it. Say yes, I trust the author. Over here you will see some folders and file is already created. Now let me walk through each of these folder. The very first folder, which is the app folder, in which we are going to write all our code. Inside this you will find a global CSS which contain the globally applied CSS. Next we have the layout.tsx, which is the root layout of our application, and inside that you will find this metadata. Obviously this metadata is quite helpful for the SEO purpose. Then you will find the root layout, inside which you have this HTML body tag and through which inside the children through which your all the pages are going to route. Okay. Then we have the default page, which is the page.tsx file. Now once we run the application, you will get to know this page.tsx will get rendered because this is the default page. Next we have the node module, which contain all the packages needed to run our application. Obviously we are not going to touch to this folder anytime. Then we have the public folder, in which you can put all your assets like image, fonts, etc. Now whenever you want to use any assets from your local, you can keep inside this public folder and then you can directly use it, something like this. You don't need to give the complete path. Then we have the next.config.ts file, which contain a configuration related to the Next.js. The package.json contain the script to run your application along with the name and version, the dependency along with their version number. Now if you remember, we set up the Next.js with this version, right? So that's the reason it's showing this version for the Next.js. In the same way, we already also have the dev dependency as well. And then we have tsconfig for the TypeScript configuration and post CSS for the Tailwind CSS. Now let's run the application. So we'll go to the new terminal, click new terminal, and inside this it will open the terminal inside your VS Code. Over here just type command npm run dev, click enter, and then it will start your application on a port localhost 3000. Okay, simply click on it and open inside your browser, and then you will see your application is now running. This is the default page getting rendered. If I go to the page.tsx file and remove all of this code, here I will just write subscribe to Tube Gurji as a text and then save it. If I go back, boom, if you see, now we have the simple text saying subscribe to Tube Gurji. So that's how you have to create your first React Next.js application and run very first time. If you have a question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now let's install the UI component library Shadcn. Shadcn is a very popular Tailwind CSS based UI library among the developers. It provides a lot of inbuilt components which you can directly use inside your application and help us to build each component from the scratch, right? For example, let's consider the button. Now in order to create a button, obviously you need to add a lot of CSS styling to create such kind of button. But with the help of Shadcn, you can immediately import this button. Okay. First, simply go to the ui.shadcn.com. After that, simply go to the documentation, select the correct framework, and then you need to install this Shadcn. So copy this command, go back to your project, and inside the terminal click add a new terminal and then simply paste it here. Once you initialize, it will ask which kind of base color you want, so I will take it as a zinc, and then it will update your CSS variables inside the app/global CSS file. Okay, now simply if I go to the global CSS, over here you will see all the colors, respective color for each of the card primary is added to the global CSS file. Now next, obviously if you want to use any component, you can simply add that component. But if you want to install all the component, simply run a command npx shadcn latest add and then click enter. Once you click enter, obviously you have option to select any of these one by one, or if you want to install all of them, simply click AI. Now once you click A button, then it will select all and then click enter, and over here you will see it will install all the Shadcn component. Now going forward, you don't need to install each component one by one, okay, because all the components we are installing. Right now in my case I'm getting this error. That's because I'm using Mac OS and Mac OS need an extra permission with a sudo. So I will just add sudo, I will paste this command and then I will add it. Okay, but if you are using Windows, don't worry, it will install immediately. And if you see, all the components are now installed and ready to use. Now simply I'm going to show you how it actually works. Now over here, if you see, the new folder get added called component, and inside this you will see all the components from the Shadcn. Also along with this one, you will see this leaf folder get added and the hooks as well. Okay, now that's completely you don't need to touch actually these folders. Okay, you can keep it as it is. Also the most important thing, the component.json, which contain a configuration related to the Shadcn. Now where all the CSS is stored, which base color you are using, everything is mentioned inside the component.json. Now in order to use any component, simply import this component from component/ui./button. Okay, and then click enter. Over here I will add the name for the button and then save it. As soon as you add this one, we'll go back to our application, and over here you will see the button get added into your app. That's how easy it is. Obviously there are a lot of different buttons, components, you can add it. Okay, you can use any of this component and you don't need to install it every time, because we install all of this component inside our application. Now another important thing, we are going to update the font for our application. Now in order to update the font, simply go to the app and inside the layout.tsx. Currently it applied the two custom font because we don't want that one. I will remove that. Over here as well, let me remove this class name, and whichever font you want to use, simply go to the Google font to search for that. So I will go to the Google font, and over here you will find a bunch of different font, right? I personally like this outfit font, okay, like this. So in order to use any of this Google font, simply go to the layout.tsx file and make sure to import this font through this next/font/Google, and over here I will say outfit. As soon as you start typing, you will get the suggestion, make sure to install. Then over here you need to initialize this font, and then over here we'll say outfit, the subset, and then Latin. Okay, once you add, then inside the body add a class name, and here you just need to mention outfit.classname and then save it. As soon as you save, you will see now font get changed to this outfit. Obviously you can use any font from the Google font. Okay, and that's how easy you can simply add this font as well. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the landing screen. When user come on our application very first time, this is how the screen will look like. We have the header at the top along with the logo on the left side, two options on in this middle of the header, and then button on the right side. Obviously over here inside the hero section we have some text uh, input area in order to generate the website, and then some suggestion as well. Okay, so this is the basic landing screen that we are going to implement. So let's go back to our application, and inside this I'm going to create a new folder inside the app called underscore component. Now I'm giving the name start with the underscore because I don't want this particular folder as a new route. Now when you give the name with the underscore, Next.js will not consider this folder as a new route. Okay, and inside this we'll simply create header.tsx file. Then let's add a default template, and now if you see I just adding the text RFCE, click enter, and boom, it automatically add the default template for me. That is possible because I added one extension inside the VS Code called React Redux Snippet Tool. Okay, and also you can install one more extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. After adding to these two extensions, you can able to develop application much faster. Now once you add this header component, simply we'll go to the page.tsx file, and then inside this we'll add this header component and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see the text called header. Now inside the header, obviously first thing we want to add is a logo. Then inside the middle we want a menu options, and then on the right we want get started button. So for that one, obviously in order to get the logo, I'm going to use this logo placeholder from untitledui.com. Here you will find some good placeholder. You can choose anything you want. Simply click on that logo, it will copy the SVG file or SVG code. Then go to the public folder, create a new file called logo.svg, and then simply paste your code inside this SVG and then save it. Once you add, you can simply use an image tag from the next/image, add a source and give the file name /logo.svg. Give the alt name as a logo. Inside the width, I will say width 35, height to 35, and then save it. Now if I go back to our app, you will see this logo. Perfect. You can even add a text inside the H2. Here will say AI website generator. Now I will wrap this in a div tag because we want in one line. So I will add a flex gap to 2 and then item to be in the center, something like this. Now let's add some style to this H2. So here we'll say font bold and text to Excel. Perfect. Now in the middle, obviously we want two options. So I'm gonna simply create a menu option as a object array of object. Over here I will add a name as pricing, and path we can add, we can say /pricing. Okay, then we'll add another option. We have contact us, and here the route will be the contact us. Now in order to render this menu option, simply add a div. Inside this we'll add a menu options dot map. Here we'll say menu comma index and the arrow function. Inside this I'm going to use a button tag from the Shadcn button. Okay, simply add that, and then we'll add a menu dot name. Here we'll give key as an index and then save it. And here you will see these two buttons. But you can change this variant. So I will add a variant and we'll say a ghost. Now you might have a question if you are using the Shadcn very first time, what is this variant? Now if I go to this button, just click on command click or control click, you will jump onto this button.tsx inside the component/UI. Over here, this button code is already there. Okay, obviously you can customize this. Inside the variant, it gives a different variant like default, destructive, outline if you want just an outline button, and so on. Okay, so that's how you can add along with the size as well. Now inside this, once you add the ghost variant, if I go back, it will only show a background when you hover on this one, and that's what we wanted. Now we want in the middle of the screen, but before that I will also add a get started button. So over here we'll add a button component again, and then we'll say get started, and I will also add arrow right. Now this is the icon which is importing from the Lucid library. If you don't know what is Lucid library, so lucid.dev is a very popular icon library, and it is already installed when you install the Shadcn. Along with that one, it installed the Lucid icon library as well. Okay, now let's save this one, and if I go back, this is how it looked like. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div, we'll add a class name with a flex, then we'll say item to be in the center, and then say justify between, and that's how it looked like. Perfect. Now let's give some padding. So we say padding to 4, and then we also give some shadow. Okay, now our header is ready. Let's put some gap between these two options. So for this div, we'll add a class name with a flex, and then we'll give gap to 3. See, something like this. And that's how our header is now ready. Now let's move to the next part, which is the hero section. Now it's again very easy. In order to use this hero section, obviously I'm going to create a component called hero.tsx. Let's add a default template, and then make sure to add this hero component after this header. Okay, now inside this hero, obviously over here, obviously we need to divide into different sections. So one, we'll say header and description. Okay, then we have the input box, right? So we'll say input box, and then we have the suggestion list. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3. Now let's add first. So over here, obviously we'll add an h2 tag, and we'll simply say what should we design. What should we design? Obviously you can add anything, guys. Okay, that's up to you. Inside the class name, we'll say font bold, text of 7 XL, and then save it. See, something like this. I think we can give the 6 XL. Then we'll add a p tag, and inside the p tag, we'll simply say generate, edit, and explore design with AI. Export to code as well. Now for this p tag, we'll add a class name with a margin top to 2 and text to XL. Also we'll give text gray color 500. And let's bring this in the center of the screen. Now in order to bring this in the center, we'll give a div with a flex. We'll say flex column, and then we'll say item to be in the center. Perfect. But we want in the middle of the screen. So over here, you can say height to screen. Okay, and then also I will add justify in the center. Okay, so it will come in the center. Obviously it's come down because we also added this header. So maybe instead of the height screen, you can say height 80%, or maybe height vertical height VH you have to add. Okay, next we need to add a text area. Now for the text area, we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll add a text area. Okay, obviously we are not using Shadcn component because we want to customize it completely. The placeholder, I will just add describe your page design. Now over here, obviously we'll add a class name. Now class name is very important here because we want to add a lot of class name. First I will say width to be full, okay, and then height to 24. So right now if I go over here, it's not visible, and also when I click on it, I don't want this border, I don't want this expandable section. So basically you can simply add on focus, we don't want outline, so we'll say outline none, and then also on focus we'll say ring to 0, then we'll say resize none, and then save it. And if you see, even though if I click, you're not able to see it. Then for this particular div, I will add a class name with the width full, and we'll also add maximum width to Excel. Then we'll add a padding to 5, and then we'll also add some border. Give margin top to 5, and we'll add the rounded corner to 2XL. If I go back, this is how it look like. Beautiful, right? Now after this, we want to add two buttons at the bottom. So first image upload, and on the right the button to send it. So over here we'll add a div. Inside this we'll simply add a button component, and inside this we'll say image plus icon. Okay, for this button I will say a variant as ghost, and then size as icon, and then save it. See, perfect. And on the right hand side we want to add a send button icon. So basically I will just add a button, and to this button I will say arrow up. Okay, and we want on the right hand side, so for this div we'll add a flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. If you think this button is quite small, let's remove this size icon, and then I think it's much better. Perfect. Now next we want to add a suggestion list, something like this, right? Obviously if you observe, this suggestion has the icon and then the text, right? So I already have this suggestion list ready, okay, which has the label which you want to display. Also it has a prompt behind it. So once you click on it, we want to show the text inside this text input box, and then the icon. So simply copy everything inside the hero. I will add that. So once you copy it from our eraser doc, you might get this kind of string. Remove that, and then don't forget to import these icons. Okay, so I will import all of this icon, and after that we just need to iterate those icons. So if I go back under the suggestion list, we'll add a div. Here we'll say suggestion dot map, and we'll say suggestion comma index, and the arrow function. Over here I will say suggestion with a short form, or maybe we can write suggestions, so we can say suggestion. Now inside this I'm going to just add a button, and inside this button we'll add a suggestion dot label. Okay, if I save this one, you will see the list of the suggestion. Over here obviously just provide a key as an index, then also will provide a variant as outline, because I want outline button, so that's the reason I provide this outline. Also don't forget to add icon. So in order to add an icon, you have to write like this, suggestion dot icon, because this is a component and we already have this icon, right? So that's the reason you have to display it as a component. If I save this one, this is how it look like. Obviously we'll give a margin top to, let's say, 4, and we also give a flex with a gap to 3. Perfect. And this is our button is now ready. Obviously on the click of it, we want to show the selected prompt. So first we'll define a state to hold the user input value, comma set user input using the use state. Now obviously if you don't know what is a use state, then use state is nothing but the React state management hook, okay, which hold the value and which also help to set the value for your variable. Okay, this is the simplest way you can remember. Now to this text area, Obviously, the default value is nothing but the user input. And then on value change, so here we'll say on change, it will emit the event, and then you can set the user input using this event dot target dot value, because whatever user entered, that value is getting set inside the user input. Now you have this error because we did not define a type. So over here, make sure to define a type as a string for the state. After this, obviously on the click of this button, we also need to set the value. So button has the onClick method, simply add set user input with the value called suggestion dot prompt and then save it. Right now, if you see, we are using a use state hook, and that's why we are getting error, because you can use the React hook only on the client side. Now in order to mark this page or component on the client side, you have to mention at the top as use client, and automatically now this component is on the client side. And if you see, we don't have any more error. Now if I click on any of this option, you will see that prompt is getting added inside this text area. Pretty cool, right? And that's how you have to implement. Just quick thing that I'm going to update, that the minimum or a maximum width I give as a Excel, let's make it to Excel. Perfect. Now later on, I'm going to add some more section on the hero section landing screen, like project which is already built and everything. But currently we don't have any data, so we'll keep it as simple as that. But at the end of this course, I'm going to show you the complete landing screen along with the project section. Obviously, all the code, all the project source code which we are going to build is available on the tubeguruji.com, so you can check that out as well. The link is in the description. Now it's time to set up a database for our application, and for that one we are going to use a PostgreSQL database. If you don't know how to write a query, don't worry, because we are going to use an Drizzle ORM. Drizzle ORM is a very powerful object relational mapping tool where you can simply connect your application with database, and Drizzle ORM will help you to make all the CRUD operation like insert, delete, select, update to the database. Simply go to the orm.drizzle.team, click get started. Here you will find some option which you can directly connect Drizzle ORM to the database. In this application, we are going to use a Neon database. Okay, Neon provide you a free PostgreSQL database, so that's the reason we are going to use that one. Over here inside this documentation, you will find a step-by-step guide how to integrate that. So simply first we'll copy this, both the command, we'll go back to our application and then paste it. After that, it will install the Drizzle ORM along with the Drizzle kit. Then you need to add a database URL. So you need to create a .env file, and inside that we'll add it. So we'll go to the root directory. Over here we'll create a .env file and then add a database URL. Now in order to get this database URL string, we'll head to the neon.com. I will put the link in the description. Create a new account if you don't have already, and then simply log on to your application. Inside this Neon, if you don't have any project, make sure to create a new project. I will use existing one, and then you will find an option called connect. Click on it, then here select the branch as a main only, and then from the database you have option called create new database. Give the database name, so here we'll say AI website generator, and then simply click create. As soon as you create this, you will find this connection string. Simply copy this connection string, go back to your .env file and then paste it here. Obviously you don't need this one, so I will remove this string. Then let's go back, and now we are able to connect our application to the Neon PostgreSQL database. Now I will go back to the Drizzle ORM documentation. Very first thing, we need to create this Drizzle config file, and not config but db file. Inside that we need to initialize this Drizzle ORM. So we'll go back, and inside this root directory, we'll create a config folder. Inside this config folder, we'll create a db.ts file and simply paste this line of code. Over here, add this exclamatory mark because we are using Typescript. And don't forget to export this db because in order to use it throughout the application, you have to export it so that we can use it. Obviously, if you need a synchronous connection, you can try this out. If you did not, this one is not working, then try this out, okay? Then this is the way that you can create a table. So inside the schema.ts file, you need to add it. So inside the config folder, we'll create a schema.ts file. And in order to create a table along with the column, this is the way that you can create, okay? So I will just copy that and then I will paste it here. Now over here, if you see, we gave the user table and then inside the PG table, obviously it is importing from the Drizzle ORM. We gave the table name as a user. That inside this user table, we have the ID column, which is auto incremented and a primary. Then we have the name column with the varchar with a length 255, and we added validation saying it's a not null. Then we don't need age, so I will remove that. And we have the email as well. Obviously it should be a unique. Then we'll add a credits as a integer, and then I will provide a default value to 2. Okay, means user can create a 2 website, and this is the for the free user. And then simply save it. Obviously, if you want add more user information, you can simply add it. Once you create this, we'll go back to the documentation again, and then you need to set up a Drizzle config file very first time. So we'll copy this content and make sure to create this drizzle.config.ts file inside the root directory. Inside the root directory, once you create it, simply paste this all the content. Now we don't need this out folder, so I will remove that. Then make sure to update the correct path for the schema. Now in our case, it is inside the config folder. So we'll say config/schema.ts, and then everything will keep as it is. After that, we need to apply those changes. So we have to run this command. So we'll copy this, and inside the root directory, we'll add a new terminal, and then over here we'll push these changes. If it's saying that changes are applied, it means your new table information is now added to the database. Now if I go to the Neon database, over here you will find an option called table. Click on it, select the correct database. So in our case is AI website generator, and then you will see the new user table get added with this 4 column. But every time you need to go to this Neon, is it not really efficient, right? So Drizzle also provide you a Drizzle Studio, which you can run locally. Let me show you how. So simply you have to write command npx drizzle kit space studio, and once you run this command, you will see the Drizzle Studio is running locally. If I open inside the browser, over here you will find a same UI like the Neon, where we have the option to write a SQL query. You can run the Drizzle query, and then you have the database studio with all this table information. Over here we have 4 column. You have option to add a record. You can even modify that or delete it as well. Okay, so you can always use this local Drizzle Studio in order to access your database records. That's how you have to set up your database. Next, once we added the authentication and once we move forward with this particular project, then you're gonna learn how to insert the record, delete, or make all other CRUD operation which is needed for any developer. Now it is very important to protect our application from the unauthorized user. Now on the click of get started, or when user clicks send button, then our application will check if user is already authenticated or not. If he is already authenticated, obviously we will redirect user to the workspace page, which we are going to implement later on. But if user is not authenticated, then we need to show a pop-up to sign in the user. Also, on the click of or successful sign in, then we need to store the user information to our database. Now this complete workflow we need to implement one by one. But in order to implement it, you need to add authentication, write a complete code, and that's a big headache. But what if I told you that there is a one service which help you to add this authentication? Let me introduce the Clerk. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market right now. The most important thing is free to use as well. Clerk also provide a lot of different functionality like multi-factor authentication, email or SMS one-time passcode, magic link, and lot of social sign-on method as well, which you can implement just few clicks. If you don't have an account, create a new account. I will put the link in the description. Make sure to click it and then go to the Clerk dashboard. Once you go to this Clerk dashboard, here you will find an option to create a new application. Click on it and then give the application name. Here we'll say AI website generator. Then you have option to select which sign-in option you want, like email, password, username, Facebook, Apple, and there are a bunch of others. Just on one click, you can simply enable that option as well. Once you add that, on the right hand side, you will see this preview how it actually looks. Within just one line of code, you can simply add this beautiful UI directly inside your application. Now we'll create this application and then we need to integrate the Clerk SDK into a Next.js. So make sure to select this Next.js, copy this npm install Clerk Next.js command, and then inside your terminal we'll paste it here. So it will install the Clerk for the Next.js. Then you have to copy this both the key, which is the publisher key and the secret key, inside your .env file. So we'll go to the .env file and then we're gonna simply paste it here. Then we need to create this middleware.ts. Now middleware will protect your routes from unauthorized user. You can mention which route is a public route and which are protected one. For the protected route, obviously Clerk will ask you to sign in before access that particular page. Now we'll create this middleware.ts file first inside the root directory, and then we'll copy all the content and then we'll paste it here. Currently it just added the configuration and not protecting any routes, but we'll do in a moment. Over here you need to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So let's go to the layout.ts file, which is the root layout, and then simply wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. Don't forget to import this Clerk provider from this import statement. So obviously I will copy this Clerk Next.js and then we'll simply paste it here. We don't need this currently, so I will remove other imports and then save it. Now your application is completely protecting by the Clerk. And then once you run the application, you will not see any change currently because we are not yet protect any routes. So once you click the link in the description, you will jump onto the Next.js guide where you can create your own custom sign in and sign up page. Okay, that is very important. So in order to create your own sign in and sign up page, obviously we'll copy this complete route, okay, which help us to create a folders and file automatically. Then we'll go to the app folder. Inside that we'll create a auth. Obviously this is not a route, so that's why I'm giving the name of the folder with a circular braces, and then inside that click on this plus icon and enter this complete path. It automatically create a complete route for you. Copy the content, paste it here and then save it. Obviously once you add this sign in, you need to make this sign in and sign up page as a public route. So inside the middleware you need to add this line of code, okay, or you can simply copy everything and replace the content which is inside the middleware. Okay, over here if you see, we mentioned the public route and we are saying that this sign in page is a public route, okay, and if the route is not public, then obviously NextJS will protect our route. Okay, so this is the basic logic inside middleware. Next, you need to copy this all the environment variables and we'll add inside the .env file. Same thing we have to do it for the sign up page as well. If user want to sign up, we will create the sign up page as well. So I will go to this auth over here, we'll create a sign up page as well and we'll copy the content as it is. Once we add, don't forget to add this sign up inside the middleware as a public route. And then you need to copy this environment key and then paste it inside the .env file. After that, you can simply run your application. Now currently if you run, this is how it looks, but as we already added our own custom sign in and sign up page, then it will navigate to the sign in page only with this default UI. How cool. Currently we are in the development mode, but later on once you finish your development, you have option to create the production instance as well. It's free again. Okay, so don't worry about that. Next thing, we need to bring this sign in and sign up page in the center of the screen. So I will go to the sign in first and then I'm gonna wrap this in a circular braces. Then again I will wrap inside the div and here we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify content in center and I will give height to screen. Then it automatically come in the center of the screen. Same thing I'm gonna implement for the sign up, but here obviously don't forget to change this to sign up only. Okay, so if I click on this sign up, it will navigate to the sign up page with option to enter your name and all other information. Okay, so that's how you need to add your own custom sign in and sign up page for the Clerk authentication. But in our case, we don't want the home screen authenticated, right? If I go to the home screen, I can able to see that landing screen, and you can fix that. Go to the middleware and here you have to say inside the middleware that the home screen, that is just a slash, is not a protected route. Okay, now once you save it, now go to the localhost 3000 and boom, without authenticate you can able to access your landing screen straightforward, right? Now once you click on this particular page, obviously we want to navigate it, right? Or even on click of get started, we want to navigate to the workspace page. But what? The workspace page is authenticated, right? So in that case, we'll close all of this tab for now and simply go to the header first, because that's where we have the get started button. So inside the header.tsx file, we'll wrap this button inside the sign in button from the Clerk NextJs, and then make sure to wrap this get started button. Here don't forget to import this sign in button from the Clerk NextJs. Over here, now you have two different options. Either you can navigate to the sign in page or you can open a pop-up model. So here if you provide a mode as model and then save it, then on the click of get started, it will open a model on top of your landing screen. That's look pretty cool, right? So that's what we'll keep it. Also, once user is successful sign in, we'll add this force redirect URL, okay, and we'll say /workspace because we want to navigate user to the workspace, right? Obviously, if you try to access workspace right now, then it will redirect you to the sign in page, and that's the reason we need our own custom sign in and sign up page. Okay, now same thing we have to do once user click on this send button. We'll go back to the hero.tsx and then we also want to wrap this button inside the user sign in button, or this just a sign in button from the Clerk NextJs. And same thing, you can provide a mode as model and then the force redirect URL to /workspace and then save it. Here if user did not enter any input, then make sure to disable this button. So here I will put a disable if there is a no user input. Okay, so if you did not put user input, if you see, it's disabled, but as soon as you write something or over here, then it will enable again. And obviously once you enable, click on it, it will ask you to sign in first, and after successful sign in only it will navigate. Now I'm going to sign in for now, so we'll select the Google account, and once you select the account, you will see it will redirect to the workspace page. But currently we don't have the workspace page, right? So it will come to the home screen only, even though if I try to go to the workspace page, it will give me the 404 error. Okay, now next important thing, if you see now in our workflow, that we need to store the user information to our database. Now in order to do that, simply we'll create a provider file inside this app folder. So we'll say provider.tsx, we'll add a default template, and then inside the provider we'll render the children. So over here we'll say children. Okay, or simply we'll go to the layout.tsx file, copy everything as it is, because we are using Typescript, so we have to make sure we'll add the type for these children as well, and then you can render these children through this div. But once you add your own provider, make sure inside the layout you will wrap your children. Now we are adding this provider file because we want a layout file on the server side, and we can use the provider as a client side. So over here you can mark it as a use client. Okay, now inside the provider only you can save the user information. So over here we'll say constant create new user. Now inside this, first we'll check if user already exists, and if not, then only we want to insert it, right? But you can implement this logic on the server side instead of client side. So obviously we need an API to save the user information. So we'll go to this app folder and we'll create a new API. Now in order to create an API endpoint inside the Next.js is quite easy. First we need to create a folder called API under the app folder, and then whichever endpoint name you want to give, for that name you need to create a folder. So we'll say users. Inside this folder you need to add a route.ts file, and then you can simply add export async function, and as we want a post request, so we'll say post in a capital. Over here we'll say request of type next request. This is importing from the next/server. Inside this post request, obviously first we'll say if user already exists, we'll check from our database. If not, then insert new user, as simple as that. Okay, and then finally we'll return the response using the next response.json. Now in order to save the user information, Clerk provide you the server side hook, not hook but server side user information using the current user. So here we'll say constant user is equal to await current user, and if you see, this current user is importing from the Clerk Next.js server. Once you have the user information, you can simply check in the database. So in order to check in the database, we'll say constant user is equal to await db. Now if you see, this db is importing from the config.db because we already exported that db, right, from the db.ts file. Then here we'll say select dot from, and inside the from you need to provide a table name. So here we'll say user table. Obviously this user table we are importing from the schema file. Then here we'll say where clause, okay, because we want to check with a condition. That's why we use the equal fit parameter from the Drizzle ORM, and inside this we'll say if user table dot email is matches with the sign in user, so we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, and that's how you can access the user email ID. So over here we'll say user result because there is the same constant. If you are getting this warning, just ignore this one. So here we'll add ts ignore. Okay, now inside this we'll check if user result dot length is greater than 0. It means if here we'll say is equal to 0 if there is a no user. Okay, then we need to insert the record, because if there is any user, it will return either one record, at least one record, because only one record is there, right? Otherwise, if we return 0, it means no user with that particular email. Then we need to insert a record. Now in order to insert a record, we'll say constant result equal to await db dot insert, give the table name, so we'll say user table, and then we'll say values, whichever value you want to add, you can simply add it. If you see, these two are required and credits are optional. So for a name, you can get the user name from the user dot full name, and for email, we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address. If you are getting this error, it means it's saying the user might be a null. So here we say empty string. And for email as well, you can just add if email address is not exist, then add this empty string. Okay, obviously it will never happen, because only if the user is available, it will go inside this if block. Okay, and once it is successful, you can simply return the response. Okay, not necessary if you did not write anything, but I will just add the user information as it is and then save it. Oh, this need to be just each user. Now the next part is, let's go back to this provider and we need to call this API endpoint, right? Now in order to call the API endpoint, you need to use an HTTP client, and for that one I'm going to use an Axios HTTP client. Obviously Axios will give you very much flexibility to make an API call, and it's very straightforward. Now in order to use it, first you need to install it. Just simply type npm I Axios. Okay, so it will install the Axios HTTP client library inside your application. Then over here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios. Now obviously you need to import it manually first time. Here we'll say from Axios. Okay, and then once you add it, you will see there are a lot of different methods. Obviously we want to use post, we'll say post slash API slash users. Okay, and inside the body, if you want to send anything, you can send, otherwise you can leave as it is. Obviously we don't want to send anything, so we'll leave it as it is and then save it. Now I will also console the result, so we'll say result dot data and then save it. Now we need to call this method, so we'll use a use effect. Whenever this component get load, this use effect will execute, and we'll call this create new user. But make sure you will only call it when you have the user information is available. So in order to get the user information, we'll use a use user hook from the Clerk NextJs, and then we'll call the use effect whenever the user information is available, and then only we want to call this create new user method. Okay, now let's save this and let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application. Obviously we'll go to the inspect panel. Inside the console, I will refresh this app first, as we are already signed in, right? And here if you see, we got the result. If I go to the database, here we have the user information with the name, email and the credits. Pretty cool, right? Also obviously if I try to refresh this one, you will see the user information only. Okay, because we just returning the user info. Otherwise it will not insert the record again and again, because it is checking every time that you already inserted or not, right? Now another important thing, instead of just returning all the user information directly from the clerk, right, you can return the result from this query. Okay, so here we'll say user result of 0 and we'll add as a user, something like this. Okay, same thing I'm going to return from this one as well, and we also want to send. So over here we'll say we'll add a constant with the data. Over here we'll say name and email, along with the credits as a 2 because we want to return this data, right? So basically instead of passing it over here, you can now add dot 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 the spread operator and the data. So you are simply adding all of this field and then you also returning this data after successful insert. And now if I go back, refresh the screen, go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see under the user, now you have this 4 field return. Okay, now next important thing we are going to do inside the provider.tsx, we wanted to save this result so that we can use throughout the application. Obviously we need this credits information, right, in order to display that, or name, email, whatever we want. Now in order to share across the different component and the pages, for that one we are going to use React hooks. React hooks is very powerful state management library which help us to share your information across the multiple pages and component, and it's very easy to use inside the React. Simply inside the root directory I'm going to create a new folder called context. Inside this we'll create a user detail context.tsx file. Inside here we'll add export async, or not, just we'll say export constant user detail context as a context name is equal to create context. Now you can provide a null value and I will keep the type any and then save it. Now once you add that, you need to wrap your application inside this user detail context so that you can share your value. So inside the provider I will simply add this user detail context dot provider and we'll wrap this. Okay, now to this provider you need to provide a default value. Obviously we'll define a default state called user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state. I will provide a type any and then these two default value we are going to pass and then save it. Okay, now next thing, once you have the data you can get it using the set user detail using the result dot data dot user, because inside the user you have the user information, and now you can access those user detail information across the different pages and the components, as simple as that. So that's how you can pass your information to the context and create the context as well. So that's all for the authentication. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now once user click on get started, we want to design the user own workspace. On this workspace, obviously if you see this mockup at the top, we have this sidebar along with the header. On the sidebar we have the logo option to add a new project and then the list of project which we are going to show. Below that we are going to show remaining credits for that user and the profile setting option as well. On the right hand side on that main layout we are reusing the heroes section over here, and the functionality wise everything is same. So it's quite straightforward and easy. So first thing, we need to create a new route called /workspace. Okay, and inside this particular page will render. So let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder we create a new folder called workspace. Inside this I'm going to create a dedicated layout for the workspace as well. But for first we'll add this workspace page. I will rename this to workspace, and then we'll add a dedicated layout.tsx file. Over here I think we forgot to make this tsx, and for layout let's add a default template. Here we'll rename this to workspace layout. Okay, and then save it. Now from the layout.tsx you can just copy these children along with their type and then save it. Now obviously make sure to render the children through this div and then save it. Now make sure on the component header.tsx on the click of get started we need to navigate to the workspace. So over here we'll add a h reference with slash workspace and then wrap the button inside this link. Okay, now if I go back to our application, click get started and it's navigating to workspace. Now let's add a sidebar. Now for the sidebar, we'll simply gonna use a Shadcn sidebar which is already installed. You don't need to install, but if I go to the Shadcn component, let's understand how this sidebar works. Okay, now this is how it look like, but it's very important to understand. First you need to copy this global.css file as it is, and then inside your global css file paste it here. Okay, you can paste it at the bottom side, that's completely fine. And after that, let's understand. So very first thing, the outer layout is nothing but the sidebar which hold all the inner components, like sidebar header which will be at the top. Then we have the sidebar content, and inside the content you will see you can create a multiple sidebar group. Okay, and then at the bottom we have dedicated sidebar footer component which is a sticky. Now obviously header and the footer is sticky and the sidebar content is a scrollable. Okay, so once you understand this, it's very easy to implement. First you need to wrap your application inside the sidebar provider. It means we have this workspace layout, and this workspace layout we are going to wrap it inside the sidebar provider. So over here we'll say sidebar provider. Make sure to import this sidebar provider as well. Okay, and then once you save, we'll create a dedicated sidebar. So inside this workspace folder, we create a component called underscore component, and all the components related to this workspace page will keep inside this component. First obviously we need we can name it as a app sidebar.tsx. Let's add a default template, and we're gonna also create app header.tsx. Okay, and then save it. Now this app sidebar you need to import over here, something like this, and then we'll go to the app sidebar. Simply, if you see, copy this content as it is and simply paste it here. Okay, which contain the basic layout of the sidebar. I think let's import it again, this sidebar, and save everything. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this dedicated sidebar right on the left side. Also let's add a header. So inside the workspace layout, over here inside the div, we'll add app header. Okay, and for this div let's add width to full and then save it. Now let's implement the app sidebar first, and then we'll implement the app header. Now for the sidebar, obviously over here we need to show the list of all the options if we have, but currently we don't have anything. So inside the sidebar header, simply show the logo first. So over here inside this sidebar header, I will add a div. We'll add an image with a source. Over here we say /logo.png with alt tag as a logo, and then we'll give width to 35, height to 35, and then save it. So this is how it look like. Let me bring this somewhere. Okay, so this is our logo. I think, okay, this need to be SVG and not PNG. Perfect. Then I'm also going to add a name. So inside the h2 tag we'll say AI website generator or builder, you can say anything. Okay, it's up to you, and save it. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this one we make it flex, item to be in the center, and gap to 2. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a class name with a font bold and text to Excel. Perfect. That's how our header is ready. You can even add a class name, the padding if you want. Okay, for example, if I add a padding 5, this is how it look like. Then below that we want to add a button. Okay, now this button will say plus add new project. Okay, now obviously make sure to import this button component from the Shadcn only. and then you can wrap this inside the link tag with the hrefs, and here we'll say when user click on this workspace, make sure to jump or go to this workspace. Okay, let's add margin top to 5, so some space, and over here we'll also add width to full, and for this button also you need to give a class name with width to full. Okay, now next we need to add a project section. So first I will define a project list. I want to set project list is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will be empty. Now inside the sidebar content, right, where we have this, so maybe we can use one sidebar group, and inside the sidebar group first we'll simply show the loading state if you use or we can say it as an empty state, right? So basically we'll say if project list dot length is equal to 0 and then we'll simply add an h2 tag saying no project found. Okay, and before this I will add sidebar group label as a component, and inside this we'll say projects, and then save this one. Okay, for this sidebar content you can add padding to let's say 2 and then save it. Right now we are using a use state, so we have to mark this component on the client side, and this is how it looks like. But basically we are going to add some style to this no project found text. So over here we'll say class name with the text smaller, then padding x to 2. Here we'll make text gray to let's say 500 and then save it. Perfect. Okay, so our sidebar group for now is ready. Once we have the project, then we are going to show the list of project, but for now we'll keep at it as it is. Now let's implement the sidebar footer section. Now if you see this mockup, inside this we have this footer with the remaining credits, the progress bar and the button to upgrade for the unlimited, right? So that's what we need to add first. So I will go to the footer. Over here we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll add an h2 tag. We'll say remaining credits, and then inside the span tag I will add a credit, for example let's say 2. Okay, and then save it. Now for this h2 tag, or maybe for this class name, we'll add a class name. We'll say font bold and then save it. Now we already have the user credits, right? So we can use that. So we'll get this user credit from the use detail context. Over here we need to get the use context, and then we'll say user detail context. So that's how you can get the data from the context. Once you have that, simply you need to display dynamically. So here we'll say user detail dot credits. Okay, once you save, let's go back and check it out. Right now if you see, we have only one credit remaining, so it's showing one credit. Okay, now for this maybe over here we can make it flex, justify between, and then we'll make item to be in the center as well. Now obviously after this we are going to add a progress bar. Okay, and inside the progress bar we'll provide a value, let's say 33, and then close this, and then you will see the progress bar. Make sure to import this progress bar. I think we imported, let me see from where we imported. So obviously we are not supposed to import from the radix, we have to import from the Shadcn component folder. Okay, once you import, you will see this progress bar as well. And now let's add some padding. So over here inside the class name we'll add a padding to 3, then we'll also add a border with a rounded XL, then we'll give space Y to 3, and we'll add some background as a secondary. Perfect. Now after this we also want to add a button, so we'll say a button, and inside this we'll say upgrade to unlimited and save it. Okay, you can add a class name as width to be full. Perfect. And that's how our footer is now ready. Okay, then after this we'll add one more div for the user button. So over here, if I add the user button from the Clerk NextJs, then it will add this user profile icon. But currently, okay, so over here we got error saying credits is not readable. That's because we need to add an optional operator field over here. So let me bring this down like this. Okay, and now you don't have any more error, and over here you will see this user profile icon. Once I click it, you will see this beautiful component, and where you have option to manage your account, security, billing, and all of this information. This is implemented by the Clerk, so you don't need to worry about this implementation or anything related to UI. Just adding this one line of component name, it will implement all the UI for you. Another thing, we'll add a button. Inside that we'll say settings, and I'm gonna change this to variant to ghost. Okay, and then save it. Now we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, and then gap to 2, and this is how it look like. Perfect. Also for this footer we'll add a padding to 2. Okay, and I think our sidebar is now ready. Now let's implement the app header. Now for the app header is again very straightforward. Okay, first in order to close this sidebar, right, we are going to add a trigger inside the app header. So we will just say sidebar trigger. This component again importing from the Shadcn, and then we are also going to add a user button. Okay, which is on the right side. That's what we have wanted to show. Now if you see, we have this trigger which will help us to close and open the sidebar, and then we also have this button. Let's add a class name, and here we'll make it flex, we'll make justify between, item to be in the center, we'll add a padding with a shadow, and then you will see the magic. Now this is how it looks like with the header, user button once user is login, and then we have the sidebar trigger as well. So our app header is now ready. And one last important thing, that on this screen we wanted to show the hero page. So simply I will go to the page.tsx and simply implement this hero component, and you are done. Boom, right? So that's why if you think that your component are going to reuse it, make it separate component. Divide your application into a small component so that you can reuse it. Now this chapter is quite important because we are going to save the user entered value, and depends on that we are going to generate the response with the help of AI. But let me walk through how it works. When user click on send button, we need to create a new project into a database with a project ID and the frame ID. Now you might have a question, what is project ID and frame ID and what is the difference, right? Now consider, once you navigate to the playground, this is our complete project, and in that project you will see this generated website as a frame. Later on, when you want to add some more feature, that in one project you can add multiple website, then we can consider, or we can identify as a frame ID. Okay, so you can add multiple one, you can drag it, drop it anywhere you want. And this is how I wanted to show that this is the project ID and this will be the frame ID, right? Once we save this one, we also want to save the user entered value, which is nothing but the user input as a message. Okay, obviously this is a chat conversation we want to save into database, so that's why we keep it like that. And obviously we need to create 3 different tables: one to save the projects, second for the frames, and third for the chart information. And then once we save, we'll simply navigate to this playground with the project ID and the frame ID. Okay, as simple as that. In this chapter, first we'll focus on this particular workflow to save information, and in next chapter we'll start implementing the playground. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing we need to do is to create 3 tables. So in order to create a table, simply go to the config folder, and inside this we have schema.ts file. Here we'll create export constant project table is equal to, here we'll say projects table, or we'll say project table, and then we'll say pg table projects. Okay, and inside this you need to provide a column. First I will add id as it is, which is the incremental id by default. Then I will add a project id of type varchar. That project id we want to generate in the backend. Then we want to add created by column. Okay, obviously this column we need to connect to the user table. So over here we'll say varchar, and then we want to refer it, so we'll say reference, and then you need to define the reference to the user table dot email. Okay, that is very important when you want to join these 2 tables to fetch data. This reference will help us. And then you can also add created on. Now for the created on, you can even put a default date as well. So over here we'll say timestamp as a type. Make sure you are importing from the PG core, and then you can add a default value. So over here, maybe I think we did not import a timestamp, so let's import that first, and then we'll say default to now. Okay, so it will automatically add the current value, and then save it. So this is how our project table is now ready. Let's create a frame table. So in this case we'll say constant frame table is equal to pg table, and here we'll say frames, and inside that first will be the id. Then we want a frame id. Okay, that again we are going to pass to this database. Then we want to save a project id. Okay, now this project id obviously refer to this project table, so here we'll say varchar dot references, and inside this we'll refer it to project table dot project id. Okay, you don't need to add anything. Obviously you can add a created on date if you want. Okay, next we have the chart information, so we'll say export constant chart table is equal to pg table, we'll say charts, and inside this first I will add id as it is. Then we want to add a chart messages as a table, sorry, as a column. Here we'll say instead of varchar we'll keep it as a JSON. Make sure you're importing from the PG core, and then created by and created on. Okay, so these 2 information we are also going to set. So that's all, and then save it. After creating the schema, we have to make sure to push this, right? So I will run this Drizzle kit push command, and then it will update our database, and then you can run the studio command again. Okay, now if I go back to our application, refresh this screen, and then you will see these 3 tables get added: chart, frames, and projects. Perfect. Now next thing, on the click of this button, obviously we need to call an API endpoint to create a project, add the frame, and then add the user enter message as well. So to do that, first go to the API folder, and inside this we'll create a projects folder. Inside this project folder we'll create route.ts file. Okay, and then let's simply add export async function, and this need to be a post request, so we'll say post request with the next request. Okay, and then save it. Now inside this we need to get 3 important value. First is the project id, then the frame id, and then the message. I will say messages, let's say messages only, okay, that's fine. And over here we'll say request.json. Now first thing we need to create project, then create frame, and then save user message. Now in order to create a frame, we'll say constant project result is equal to await db.insert. Here you need to give the table name, which is project table dot values, and inside this value you need to add the project id, which we already have now. So we'll say project id. Then we need to add the created by. Obviously this need to be a user email who creating this project. Now in order to get a user email, you can use await current user from the clerk, and then here we'll say user dot primary email address. Okay, and that's how you can insert the record. After inserting this one, you also need to create a record for the frame. So here we'll say frame result is equal to await db.insert, and here we'll say frame table, because we want to insert into a frame table dot values, and inside this first value we need to provide a frame id, which we already have. Then you need to add a project id. So for the project id, we also have the project id, and I think that's all we needed. Okay, you don't need to add a created by column, because obviously these both table are linked together with the help of project id. Okay, and the last thing, we need to add a user message. So for the user message, we'll simply add constant message, or we'll say chart result is equal to await db.insert chart table dot values, and inside this we'll say chart message with the messages, and then created by using user dot primary email address dot email address. And next, once everything is successful, we'll simply return next response dot json, and inside this you can again add this value as it is, okay, if it's successful, and then save it. Now you can wrap this in a try catch block in order to avoid the error. Now once you add this one, let's go to the component hero, because that's where we have this send button. So currently on the click we are redirecting to this workspace page, but we need to remove this link, okay, because we don't want to move user directly to the workspace. First we'll make an operation and then only we'll navigate. So over here we'll create a new method called constant create new project and the arrow function. Okay, now obviously we already have the Axios method, and over here I will wrap this in a try catch block. Now inside the try block, first we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot post, because this is post request, so we'll say post. Then we need to call an API endpoint, which is a API slash projects, and then inside the body you need to add the project id. Okay, now inside the project id, obviously we need to generate this project id, as we are using async or await. Let's make this async. So over here I will create a project id is equal to, now project id need to be a unique for each of the user, right? And in order to generate the unique project id, I'm going to use this UUID package which generate a unique identifier. Simply inside the terminal just type npm i UUID, and then once it is installed you can simply import this first, and then this is how you can generate a unique identifier in this particular format, and that's what we want. So I will import that. Now we have the project id. Also we want to generate a random 4-digit number for the frame. Now what I will do, I will create a simple method called constant generate random frame number as a method. Maybe I will write at the bottom, and inside this we'll just say constant number is equal to math dot floor, and inside this we'll say math dot random into 10,000. Okay, so it will generate between 0 to 9999, and then okay, so over here need to be a constant, and once we have the number, we'll just we can directly return this number, so we'll say return number. Okay, so over here I will call this method, and then we'll have the frame as well. Now for the project ID, let's pass the project ID. Then for the frame, we'll pass the frame ID, or this need to be a frame ID, so I will just update this to frame ID. Now for the message, I'm going to add something like this. So over here also I will say messages, and it will be the list of message, okay, with a role as user, and then for the content we'll put a user input. Okay, as simple as that. And these messages I'm going to pass over here as the messages. Once we get the result, we'll console this result using result.data, and if you get any error, I will just console that error as well. Also, you can show a toast message or some notification, right? Now in order to add a toast message, simply first we'll go to the root layout, and inside the root layout you need to add a toaster component, okay, from the sonar. So make sure to add that, and then inside here we'll just say toast dot error, and then we'll say internal server error, something like this. Okay, but if it is successful, so we'll say toast dot success project created. Perfect. Okay, and then we'll navigate to playground, right? So in order to navigate, obviously you need to navigate programmatically, so let's define a router in order to navigate it using the use router. Make sure you are importing this router from next/navigation. That is very important. Now once you add that, here we'll simply add a router dot push, and then we'll say slash playground slash the project ID. So over here I will wrap this in this particular tag, so we can simply add dollar project ID slash dollar, or not slash, but here I will just simply say question mark, and then frame is equal to, or frame ID is equal to, inside the dollar we can add that frame ID. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. Obviously make sure to connect this create new project to this particular button on click method. So on click we'll attach this. Oh sorry, I don't know the method, I thought we copied. Okay, so let's copy this and call this method on click, right? Now one last important thing, when you click on that send button, obviously server takes some time to insert the record, right? In the meantime we need to add a loading state. So I will say loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initial value it will be false. When user click on this create new project, we'll set the loading to true, right? Once it's finished, we'll set the loading as a false, and even if there is any error, we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, we have to make sure the button is disabled. So over here I will add or condition, and if loading is true, also disable this button, and along with this arrow up icon, we'll replace this with a loading icon. So here we'll say if loading is there, then add a loader icon, otherwise add arrow up icon. Now for the loading icon, I will add some animation with the animate spin. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So I will go back to our application. Okay, now you can enter whatever you want, otherwise you can just use the existing suggestion, and then click send. And if you see, we'll see this beautiful loading, and then it's also saying project created. Not only that, but it's also redirect it to the playground with the project ID and the frame ID as well. Okay, but we can verify by going to the local Drizzle Studio database, and inside this I will go to the project. You will see the project ID. Then inside the frame you will see the frame ID which is attached to this project ID, and then we have the chart which contain the user entered value. Pretty cool, right? So that's how easily we added this particular logic step by step. I hope you don't have any question, but if you do have the question, let me know in the comment section. In this chapter, we are going to create the playground layout, where at the top we are going to show an header with a logo and save button on the right side. Then the chart UI with on the left side, it will be a fix. Then in the middle section, we are going to add a design section where actual website we are going to show, and on the right side we want to show a setting section. Obviously this setting section we are going to hide when user is not selected any element. Only when user select any element, then only we are going to show this setting section. So let's go back to our application, and inside this we'll create a routes folder, or not route, but we'll directly create a playground as a route, and inside this playground we'll create a dynamic route because our project ID can change anytime, right? So in order to create a dynamic route, you need to give the folder name, start with the square brackets, and then we'll say project ID, okay, and then click enter, and inside this we'll create page.tsx file. Now let's add default template, and I will rename this to playground and save it. Okay, now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen, and then you will see the playground route is now working and we are not getting a 404 error. Perfect. Now first thing, let's add a header. So under this playground folder, we'll create a components folder, and inside this we'll create a playground header.tsx file. Add a default template and make sure to add this component inside this playground as a playground header. Now inside the playground header, first we'll add an image tag with a source, and here we'll say logo.svg with the alt tag as a logo, width to 40 and height to 40. Let's go back, and this is how it look like. After that, we also want to add a button, so I will add a button component, and this button we use just for the save. Okay, now we want button on the right side, so we'll add a class name. We can make it flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center. Perfect, right? Now we'll give some padding, so here we'll give say padding to 4, and then we'll also add some shadow. Perfect. Now let's add the charts area section. So here we'll say chart section, then we want a website design section, and then we have the setting section. Okay, so these three sections we need to add, and for each of them we are going to create a separate component. So let's create for the chart section first. So under this component folder we'll say chart section.tsx. let's add a default template, and then once you add it, make sure to add this component under this page. Now for this chart section, we'll add a class name, and we'll add a width of 96 with a shadow, and then I will say height to screen. Now once you make the height to screen, if you see your page is scrolling, that's because our sum height is already occupied by the header, right? So in order to avoid it, I will give a 93 vertical height to this chart section. Still we have a little bit scroll, so you can just change this to 92, and I think let's make it, you have to adjust according to your need, right? And I think this is much better. See, and now we have the chart section. Over here I will add some padding, and then our chart section is now ready. Okay, the middle section, as I say, it is a design section. So let's create a component for that. So here we'll say website design.tsx. We'll add a default template for this one as well, and then I will also add to our page.tsx file in order to display that. So here we'll say website design section. Okay, now right now if you see, the website design comes at the bottom, but we want on the right side, right? So for this one I'm going to wrap this both the component, basically all the three components inside the div. Okay, and to this div I will mark as a flex. Okay, and automatically it will come on the right side of this chart section. If you want, you can put some padding. So over here we'll say padding to 5 inside the class name, something like this. Okay, and on the right side we want to add a setting. Now this setting section only enable when the user select an element. Okay, and so we'll add a component for that one. We'll say element setting section dot tsx, add default template, and then we'll add it to our page as well. So over here we'll say element setting section. Perfect, but we want on the right side with some specific width. And also make sure for the website design I will say width to full for now. Okay, and then we'll provide the width for this one as well. So over here we'll say width of 96, just 96, and save it. Also we'll add a shadow to it. Okay, I think we can increase a little bit more. Now over here, as we gave width full to this website design, what we can do, let's go to the website design, and instead of width full we'll just say flex to 1. Okay, and now you have the chart section with the specific width and element setting as well. Okay, obviously this element setting we are going to show only when it's required. So for now I will just hide it. Okay, and right now this is how it look like. Now on this page, obviously we need to get the project ID as well as the frame ID, and depends on the project ID and the frame ID, we need to fetch the record from the database. But first we will learn how to get this value. So inside this playground page.tsx you have to use constant, then destructureize, and then give the folder name which you give like project ID, and here we'll say use params. Okay, make sure to import it from the next/navigation. Here I will console this project ID. Let's save this one, go to the inspect panel. As you are getting this error because we are using a React hook or it's a Next.js hook actually. So whenever you are using hook, you need to make sure your component or page is on the client side. So let's save this one, and if I go to the console, here inside the console you will see the project ID. Okay, perfect. Now same way you can get the frame ID, but it little bit different. So for frame ID, for we'll say search, or we'll say we can write params is equal to use search params, and then inside the console for frame ID, or we can directly write constant frame ID is equal to params dot get, and here you need to pass the field name, in this case is frame ID, so pass the frame ID, and now I am printing the frame ID, and here if you see it's printed out the frame ID. Okay, now we have the project ID, we have the frame ID. Obviously we will fetch the record from the database, and then we will learn how to connect our application to the AI model so that whichever question you ask, it will return the output for you. And then also we're going to learn how AI will help us to generate the website. Now before moving to the next chapter, here is a quick update that we are going to make inside our tables. Currently in the schema we have the project table, frame table, and chat table. Inside the frame table, obviously we wanted to store the code generated by the AI model, right? So here we're gonna add design code as a field, and it is of type varchar. Okay, or you can put a type any as well, it's up to you. Okay, if you put the text, that's also fine, so which will store a larger value. And inside the chart table we need to store the frame ID from for which frame this chart is belonging. Okay, so that is important. So over here we'll add a frame ID, and obviously we want to refer this one, so we'll say varchar dot references, and then we want to refer it to this frame table dot frame ID. Okay, something like this, so that it will save the frame ID inside the chart table belong to this particular frame table. And once you make these changes, updating database, it's the same way that the way we push it, right? So you need to just push these changes, and once you push these changes, you just need to run the studio again. Okay, so if I go over here, refresh your Drizzle Studio so that you can see the changes. Now inside the chart you will see this frame ID, and for the frames you will see this design code. Currently obviously the frame ID is null because we already have the record, but I will use this frame ID in order to store it. So I will just update this one, so while testing it you will not get any error, and we have this frame ID. Now it's time to fetch the frame information, because inside our database we only have the one frame, but currently we don't have any design code generated, right? But obviously we want that to fetch a design code. Currently we are only handling one frame, okay, inside our application. So in order to do that, we'll just say constant get frame details and the arrow function. Now inside this we'll get the list of frames obviously, but we want to get only the frame information belong to this particular frame ID. So basically we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, because we want to fetch. Here we'll say API, and then we'll say frames. Okay, now to this frame we'll pass a frame ID is equal to, and then we'll pass a frame ID. But if you also want to pass a project ID just for the security purpose, you can also pass the project ID as well. So over here we'll say and project ID is equal to project ID. So you can check both the condition while fetching the frame information. As we are using await, I will make this as async, and then once we get the data, we'll just console this. You can add the loading state as well. Now this get frame details we want to call inside the use effect. Okay, now inside the user effect we have this get frame details, but make sure only when the frame ID is available you need to call this method. Now let's create an API endpoint called frames inside the API folder. So I will go to this API folder, and here we'll create a frames as a new endpoint. Inside this we'll create a route.ts file, and we want to add a get request. So here we'll say export async function and mark it as a get request. Here I will add a next request, and in order to get the parameter which we pass to this query, so we'll say constant search params is equal to is equal to new URL, and then inside that we'll say request dot URL. Then we'll say constant frame ID is equal to search param dot get, and then pass that field name which is the frame ID. Okay, same thing you can do it for the project ID as well. So we'll say constant project ID is equal to search param dot get, and here we'll say project ID. Now once we have the frame ID and the project ID, we'll fetch the frame information. But remember, when we are fetching the frame information from the database, we have to also fetch the chart information belong to that particular frame. Okay, so that is also very important. So over here we'll say constant frame result is equal to await db dot select from, here we'll say frame table, then obviously we need to add a where clause, where equal to, and then we'll add a frame table dot frame id matches with the frame id which we have. Okay, if you are getting this equal, just ignore this using ts ignore. And after this we also want to fetch the chart information. So here we say chart result is equal to await db dot select from chart table dot where equal chart table dot frame id matches with the frame id. Okay, and here you can just ignore, so we'll say ts ignore. Okay, so that's how you'll get the chart result. Now in the return you can just get the final output. So here we say final result is equal to, and then you can merge this both the things. So we'll say all the frame all the field from the frame result, and then you can add only chart information like this. So chart, or you can get just a chart result dot. So basically from the frame result obviously it will return the list, and we only want one item because we are just fetching with this equal to, right? And for the chart messages as well, we'll say chart result of 0 dot chart message. Okay, so these are the some information we are going to fetch, and once you have the final result you can just return using the next response.json, and then we'll say final result. Now once this endpoint is ready, we'll go to the page.tsx file and then we'll test this out. So let's go back to our application, refresh the screen, and inside the inspect panel, because we are consoling the result we are expecting to get over here. So right now I don't see any result. Oh wow, so we got it on page line number 21, means this console, and inside that you will see that we have the chart messages list, right? Inside that we have a role with the user and all, and then the frame id along with the project id. Obviously we don't have anything for the design code yet because we did not generate anything, right? Perfect. So guys, that's all. We got the result. Now the next thing, we want to implement this chart section because we already have the data. This particular information we need to save in a state. So we'll say constant frame detail comma set frame detail is equal to use state. Okay, now this frame detail we need to provide a type for it. So here we'll say export type frame, and here I will add the type. So for the, we have this project id, frame id, everything. So we'll say project id of type string, then frame id of type string, then we have the design code. So design code, again this is of type string only, and the chart messages. So here we'll say chart messages. Now chart messages is of type array. Okay, and inside this you can provide this one, the role and the content. So here we'll say role of type string, and then content of type string, or maybe it's better you can define outskirt. So here we'll say constant export type messages is equal to, and here we'll say role of type string, content of type string. Now here you can, for the role you can define only two specific role, it's up to you. And then here I will replace this with the messages with the array, and then save it. Now just provide a type called frame, and over here we'll set the frame detail with the result dot data. Okay, and save it. Now to this chart section we need to pass a messages, whatever the messages we have. Obviously that message you can pass using the frame detail dot chart messages. Obviously, inside the chart messages, you have to provide or accept these messages over here of type props. Now, you need to define this type props, okay, and it will obviously have the messages, but for this messages you need to define a type which is nothing but this messages type, right? So here we'll say messages type from the project ID because we already exported, and it should be the list. Perfect. And here we are getting this error because it's saying it might be an undefined, so you can add condition. If chat message is not there, then at least pass empty array, okay, and save it. Now let's go to the chat message and let's implement the UI for it. Now first we'll define a message section, okay, where we are going to show a list of conversation between AI and the user, and then we'll say footer input section where we're gonna add the user input section so that user can enter the message. Now inside the message section, let's add a div. Inside this div, we'll add a class name with a flex to 1. We'll say overflow y auto with a padding to 4, and then we'll also give a space y to 3, so it will give some distance or margin between the two messages. Make sure it's a vertical, so I will provide a flex with a column. Now if the message length is empty, so here we'll say if message dot length is equal to 0, then we are going to add a condition saying, here we also add another ternary operator value. So over here we want to simply add a p tag saying no messages yet. Okay, we'll add a class name. We'll say text gray 400 and text to be in the center. Now if the it has some messages, then we are going to simply iterate those messages list. So we'll say messages dot map messages comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div. For this div, make sure to add a key as an index, and over here I will also add a class name. Inside the class name, obviously we want to add a dynamic styling because depends on the condition we want to apply some Tailwind CSS classes. First we'll make it flex, then depend on the message dot role, right? If the role is equal to user, then we want to show message on the right side. So over here we'll say justify end, otherwise we'll show justify start. As simple as that. Okay, so don't be confused here, it's very straightforward. So we'll say justify start. Now inside this div, obviously we wanted to show a message, so we'll add a div again, and inside the div we'll show a message dot role, content. Okay, now over here let's apply some style because we want to add bubble for this message. So here we'll add again conditional styling. So first we'll give a padding to 2, then we'll say rounded to large. With maximum width we can give, let's say 80%. Okay, so and then we'll add a condition. If we'll say message dot role if is equal to user, then we'll say background to maybe we'll say white. Okay, and then text obviously we'll make it black. Otherwise there is another condition. If it's the assistant message, then we'll say background gray to, let's say 300, and again we can make it text black only. Perfect, and I think that's all we needed, and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it looks like. Obviously the user message is background is white, so it's quite invisible. Let's make it gray 100, and let's see how it looks. I think 100 is much better. Perfect. Okay, so this is the user message, and now once AI return the message, then it will also show the AI message as well. Now let's move to the footer input section. Inside this, we'll simply add a div, we'll add a class name with a padding to 3, we'll add a border to top with a flex item to be in the center, and then we'll give gap to 10 as well. Over here, we'll add a text area. So we'll use our default text area, and inside this, we'll add a class name with a flex to 1. Then we don't want to resize it, so we'll say resize none with a border, and we'll make a rounded large. Then padding x to 2, and let's make it 3, and padding y to 2. Let's save it, let's see how it looks. So this is the text input area right now. But over here, we'll again, if I click on this, you will see this border because we don't want that. So we'll say focus. We already implemented this feature, right? So focus outline to none, and then focus ring to 2. Okay, and then save it. Now inside that, we are also going to add a button, and to this button we'll say arrow up and save it, something like this. See, and we have to mark this in the center of the screen. So we are already in the item to be in the center. I think that's pretty good. Now to bring this at the bottom for this parent div, just make it flex, and don't forget to add a flex column, and then boom, it's came down. Perfect. Now you can even add some placeholder for this text area. So here we'll say placeholder, describe your website design idea. Okay, so that's what we return. Now on this text area, we'll add on change method. So we'll say on change, it will emit the event, and then we'll set the input using event dot target dot value. Obviously we need to define this input state first. So at the top over here, we'll define a constant input comma set input is equal to use state. It is of type string, and that's how you can set the input. Now we also need to write and handle send method on the click of send button. So we'll say constant handle send, and over here if input dot trim. Okay, if it's not there, then we'll return nothing, but otherwise we'll say on send, and we want to send the input. So whatever the user entered, right, and make sure you will set the input value. Once you set this input value, you have to make sure for this text area you will provide a default value as an input. Now this on send method you need to pass back. Okay, so over here don't forget to define inside the prof, we'll provide a type any, and inside the page.tsx as well you need to add this on send method. Obviously it will take an input or value. Then once user click on send, we need to call a new method called send message. Now we don't have this method yet, but for to this send message, make sure to pass this input. Input is of type string, so make sure to pass the type. And for this send message, we'll write this method over here. We'll say constant send message. It will take a input, or we can call it as a user input, okay, of type string. So that's how you need to enter this message information. Okay, let's refresh the screen, and then you will get the user message. Obviously this is we are fetching from the database. Now another important thing, when user come from the previous screen, right, and if I click send, this particular message we want to show it inside this particular box. In this chapter, we are going to integrate an AI model so that user can chat conversation with that AI and get the answer. as well as we're going to learn how we can get the website code as well from the AI. So let me walk through the workflow first. So once user click on this send message button, then we're gonna call an AI model. Here obviously we are going to attach our own prompt to generate the website design. Then our logic will check whether the response is just a text or a code, right? If it's just a text, obviously we need to save that as a message, and then we're going to save it inside our charts table because we want to show under the chart section. Here we are showing the conversation between the user and AI. Obviously it's just a plain text, but what if AI response return the code, right? So in this case, obviously we need to save that inside the design code. We already have the fill under the frames, so we need to save it as a design code, and along with this we need to display it on the screen. Now why we have these two different things, right? Because sometimes user can send a message, let's say hi, right? Or else we'll say hello or something like anything like hello greeting message, right? Which obviously doesn't make sense to generate design code and tell AI model to generate the code, right? But if user asks generate hero sections or button design or landing screen, right? In that case, obviously our AI model will generate a proper code for it, right? Now I already also providing a prompt for you, okay? So this is the prompt that we are going to use, but before that let's create an endpoint which call the AI model. So for this one we'll create an API endpoint. So inside this API we'll create AI model, and inside this AI model we'll create a route.ts file. Okay, now obviously there are a bunch of AI model in the market. You can use any AI model. If you don't want to implement the streaming service, I will definitely suggest you to try this Kravix Studio. Kravix Studio is an AI short film generator platform which helps us to generate a short film with a consistent characters. There are different variety of video style, like you can generate cinematic, 3 pixel and many more. Also it's free to use, and along with the AI short film you can even generate a short video instantly, okay? And it will generate your video less than 2 minutes. There are different example video generated by other user. You can just explore it and give a try to this one. It also provides a developer section where you can get the API key, and then from the documentation you have option to generate a chart, AI model, image generation and many other feature, okay? But in this particular example we are going to use an open router. Open router is a platform where you will find all the AI model at one place. Also you can get a streaming response, web response and many other feature. Simply go to the model, whichever model you want to use you can use it, and best part you will also get free models. If you change this pricing to free, and here some of the free models also available even from the open AI as well. Pretty cool, right? Now once you select the model, right, then just click on it. Here you will find this model ID, that is very important. But before doing anything, obviously we need to create an API key, right? So let's click on this create API key, or you can go from this profile icon, click key, and then you will jump onto this API key option. If you see, I already have a lot of key created with this open router. So I will click on this create API key and I will give the API key name. So here we'll say AI website generator. You can add a limit if you want and simply click create. Once you create, I will copy this API key. Make sure you will copy it and paste it immediately. Otherwise, once you lost, we have to delete that key and you have to regenerate again. Here I will say next, not next, just will say open router API key, and then let's paste the key. Once you paste the key, you are ready to implement integrate this AI model. Now make sure this particular model ID is very important, right? you will see the example how easily you can integrate it, right? You can select the correct framework and then you can use this code to integrate it. Now I already created the code because we are using a streaming response. If you go to this documentation, you will find how to implement the streaming response as well, right? I will put the link in the description for this documentation so that you can go ahead and check it out. This is a little bit complicated, but in my eraser documentation I added the easiest code for the streaming response. Okay, it's ready to use code. Just copy as it is, go back to your AI model route.ts, paste the code. Let's remove this initial tag. Okay, and obviously you need to provide a next request over here and over here as well. I will put type any, and for error as well, let's put type any and then save it. Okay, make sure your OpenRouter API key will match with your environment variable name, and another important thing, the model name. Okay, so right now I am using a Gemini Flash model, but you can use whichever you want. Also, you have to make sure you will enable this streaming response as a true, because as soon as AI generate the response, you will get the response in a real time. Okay, you don't need to wait to finish and generate all the response. So that's the reason we are using this streaming response. Now once this particular API endpoint is ready, let's go back to your project ID page.tsx file, and inside this, under the send message, we are going to call this method. Now first thing, let's define a loading state. That is very important. So initially it will be false, and when the loading start, we'll set the loading as a true. Okay, next thing, you need to send the message first, right? Obviously we don't have message state over here. Now this message hold the user send message and user get message. So here we'll say messages will say set messages is equal to use state, and you need to give a type called messages with an array. Okay, now once you have the messages list, obviously first message you need to add user message to chart over here. Okay, now over here we'll say set messages with the previous value. Okay, and inside this we'll add a previous value comma the new value. So over here we'll say role as user, and then content as user input. This is very important. Okay, and the field need to be in the same way. Here we are getting error. Let's make the type any here and then save it. Now once you set the message, let's make an endpoint call. So here we say await. We'll use fetch in this case. Okay, or you can simply use Axios. So here first we need to use await Axios dot post method. We'll say slash API slash our endpoint name, which is AI model. So we'll say AI model, and then we need to pass a body parameter. Okay, so inside this we'll pass a messages, and inside the messages, so basically here we'll write constant result is equal to await fetch, because we want to fetch a streaming response. So we'll say slash API slash AI model, and then inside this you need to pass a method type, which is the post method. Then inside the body you need to pass a body in the form of string. So we'll say stringify. Over here we'll simply add a messages with a role as user, and then content as user input. Okay, now here obviously we need to pass a prompt. Okay, but for now I'm just passing the user input. As we are using await, let's make this as async. After this, in order to get a streaming response, here we say constant reader is equal to response result dot body dot get reader. and then you need to decode this. So here we'll say decoder is obviously first you have to initialize this using this text decoder, and then let write AI response is equal to simple string. Then we'll check is a code is not there or not. So that also I'm going to define first. Okay, so this is the flag which help us to tell whether is code is that response is code or not, right? And let's add while true. Obviously, because it's a streaming response, we need to save that one by one. Here we'll say constant done, because it will check whether the streaming is completed or not. So here we'll say await reader dot read. Here we'll say if done, then obviously we need to break this while loop. Okay, so it will come out of this while loop. So over here for now I will add ts ignore. Now next we'll get the each chunk. Okay, so here we'll say decoder dot decode, then we'll pass a value, comma, and we'll say stream to true. Okay, because we are decoding that. Here we'll say AI response plus is equal to chunk, because we are saving each result inside this AI response. Now over here we'll check if AI start sending code or not. Okay, that is very important. So here we'll say if is code, right, and AI response dot includes a string start with this HTML, because our website start with the HTML tag, because that's what we are going to tell to our AI model, right? So obviously the prompt will be like that only. So inside this we'll say is code is equal to true. So we'll mark this as a is code true, and then we'll also remove that HTML. So here we'll say AI response dot index of HTML, make sure it's only 3 tag, and HTML plus 7, and then here we'll say constant initial code chunk is equal to AI response dot slice that particular index. Basically we are removing this HTML tag from the response, and then we need to save this generated code. So in order to save it, I will define a state called constant generated code comma set generated code is equal to use state. Okay, here I will put a type any, you can put a string as well, doesn't matter, and then over here we're gonna save that. So here we'll say set generated code as previous value with previous value plus initial code chunk. Okay, and if, so here we'll say else if is already code, right, means you don't need to do all this checking, then you can directly set the generated code with this value. So I will just copy that, but instead of initial chunk we'll just add it as a chunk. Okay, so this particular line of code will check if the AI response is a code, and then depends on that one it will take an action. Now after that, here we'll say after streaming ends, right, we need to set a message as well. So here we'll say if is not a code, then we'll set the messages as previous message with dot 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 the previous message, and then we need to pass a role as assistant, and then text, not text, here we'll say content as AI response, as simple as that. Okay, otherwise else, over here I will put a type any, otherwise we'll set a custom message. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is, but instead of this AI response I will say your code is ready. Okay, so you can add any message and then save it, and the last part, don't forget to set the loading as false. Okay, and then save it. Now here is a quick update. This particular streaming right, we need to add outside of these braces because we don't want to add inside the while loop. Okay, remember this thing. Second thing, inside this chart section where we have this button, make sure on click we have to call this handle send method. Okay, so which will trigger this particular send message method because that's where we are accepting that value and then we are calling this send message. Third thing is, instead of sending this message, right, because this is a chat message which we are getting from the database, we actually want to show a user enter message. For example, let's add a messages, right, and then save it. Now if I go back over here and click, let's say hi, and pass this, once you send hi message, you will see the response. Boom, see, we got this bunch of big response, right? So let's try it again, and if I say hi, you see we got the data, right? If I pass something like this, how are you, we'll get the response. Pretty cool, right? But this is just a one-way chatting because we did not added any prompt yet. Now in order to add a prompt in an existing code, simply we'll go back, and inside here where we have we are passing the user input to the AI model, right? Over here we need to update and add the prompt. So in order to add a prompt, I already have the prompt inside the eraser doc. Okay, I added that. Obviously you can customize according to your requirements. Okay, this is the very basic prompt to generate the website, but you can add more detail into this one. Simply copy this prompt as it is and then I will paste it inside this page.tsx file. Okay, let's remove this and this one as well. Perfect, and this is our prompt now ready to use. Now inside the prompt, if you see, I'm telling that you have to replace this user input because whatever the user input we have to add that. So I will copy this prompt from here and then I'm going to add prompt, or let's simply add a prompt dot replace, and inside this we need to replace this user input with the actual user input, right? So it will basically give you the proper prompt and then save it. Now also, whenever here we'll say use effect because I want to see the output which is generating and saved as a code inside the generate code state. So over here I will call this method, I will call this use effect whenever the generate code is available. Okay, now let's save this one. Let's go back to our application. Now the interesting thing, if you add any greeting message, it will not generate any code for you. Okay, now let me refresh this again and then let's test this out. Let's send some greeting message. Okay, and if you see, it's written with the simple text. But what if I return something like hero section for SaaS app and then send this one? AI will automatically detect that okay, you are trying and want some web UI page, right? So and right side you will see the output. See, this is the complete output generated by our AI model. Okay, you can even copy this and then in order to test it, you can paste it in some HTML CSS. Okay, so obviously it will generate a proper HTML Tailwind CSS code. Now in order to test this one, I will go to the Tailwind CSS playground. Okay, and here I'm gonna paste it and boom, you'll see this beautiful small code, right? Obviously we generated only small code and that's why it's written something like this. And once it's ready, it will say your code is ready. Pretty cool, right? But there is one thing is still missing, is when you are generating a code, we need to show some kind of loading state, right? And we already have the loading state which we are handling. Now this loading we need to pass to the chart section. Okay, so over here I will pass this loading. Now inside the chart section, make sure to accept it as a prop and then make sure to define that as boolean. After this you need to add a loading state. So I will go over here and outside of this message, maybe outside of this one only. Let's add over here. Okay, so here I will add a div. Inside the div, we'll add another div, and then for this one I will add a class name. We'll make it flex, justify, center, item to be in the center, and padding to 4. Now for this div it will be empty, right? So we'll say an class name. I will add animate spin, rounded full, okay, and then we'll add a height to 8, width to 8. It's kind of custom loader I'm building. Okay, here we'll say border top to 2 and border bottom to 2. Okay, and then you can add a border color. So we'll say a zinc 800. Okay, you can even use an actual icon from the Lucid, but this is the another way that I wanted to show you. Over here we'll say generating code. Now to this one we'll say margin left, let's say to 2, and text you can add a zinc color similar like above, and then save it. Now this particular code we just wanted to show when the loading is true. Right now this is how it look like, say pretty cool, right? But over here you can add a loading and then close it. It means whenever the loading is true, then only you will see that particular text. If I say hi and send this message, you will see, right, something like that. Obviously instead of generating code, we'll say thinking, and we'll say working on your request. It's up to you how you want to define, right? So I will say hi, thinking, and working on your request. Perfect, right? And if I say to design something, let's say button design, or I will just say I want to generate a button component, so we'll say button design, and then if you see on the right hand side, it start building a different buttons. Okay, so that's how, guys, you have to write your code and connect your AI model. Obviously in the next chapter we're gonna learn how we can implement this and show it on the screen. So whatever the code is generated in a real time, you will see how it's getting built step by step. Okay, now just before closing this chapter, let's copy this and let's test this out inside the Tailwind CSS, and boom, you will see this beautiful button generated for our request. Pretty cool, right? And this is the just one command I added. You can add the proper prompt so that you will get a proper output as well. Now before moving to the next chapter, there is one more thing we need to consider, because when we are fetching a data from the frame table, right, very first time, we have to make sure that if user come from this particular page, let me go back, right, and if I click on this one, send it, right, we have to make sure this message will send to the AI model, right, because we don't want user to add that again. So to do that, simply when we are fetching the frame details, here we need to check if it has only one record. Okay, so here we'll say if result dot data dot length, oh, so it return the complete details. So here we'll say dot frame chart messages. So here we'll say if chart messages dot length is equal to only one, it means there is only one message which is sent by the user, right, and it's a new project. Then in that case we need to call a send message, and then we need to call the chart messages. Okay, so over here obviously we'll say constant user message is equal to chart messages of 0 dot, and from that one we need to get the content, right? So it's little bit difficult if you are not following, okay, but make sure to follow it, and then pass this user message and then save it. So let me test this out. So basically now I want this sign up form, then I click send button. Once it's sent, it's saved to the database, it jumped to this particular page, and then it's supposed to display over here, but right now we got an error. Okay, that's where this error related to 500. Let me see inside our console. Now whenever you get any error inside the API, make sure to check the VS Code terminal. Okay, so let's come down. So we are getting this error, it's saying because this chart mesh is not accessible. And if I go to the database, let's go to the database over here. For this chart, if you see, our frame ID is not getting saved, right? So obviously first time we already hard coded, but over here we have to make sure our frame ID is getting saved. Now that's, you need to fix it inside the project's API endpoint over here. So basically inside this project route, inside the chart result, don't forget to save the frame ID as well. Okay, now in this case I will add this 6614 was the frame ID. But before moving forward, let's test this out. So I will go back to this workspace page. Okay, and let's make it. Now I will say sign up form, send this one, and boom, if you see, it started and it sent this message. It's come duplicate, but we'll fix this out and then it will work as expected. Okay, if you see, we also got the response in the database. Now the next part is to save the conversation between the AI and the user, right? So that obviously once you refresh it, right, it will only show the first message and generating the response. Obviously it will not happen after that. But as soon as you type something, right, and once you get the response from the user, make sure to save the, that particular messages. So for that one, let me close all of this tab for now. And one more last important thing I wanted to tell you, sometimes in the Next.js, your use effect will get execute couple of times, right? So in this case, if you see use effect, it called the get frame details multiple times, and that's the reason previously we are getting two messages same time. So to fix this issue, simply go to the next.config.ts file, and inside this you need to add the React strict mode under this next config. Okay, so it will avoid this error automatically. Now coming back to our points, let's go to the AI model, and inside this we'll create a new API endpoint and we'll name it as a charts. Inside this we'll create route.ts file, and then we'll add export async function, and this will be the put request because we are updating the chart column, right? Here will be the request, and then we'll say next request. Now inside this, if you see this table carefully, if I go to the chart, we have this frame ID, and for that frame ID we are saving the chart messages. Okay, so we have to make sure this one. Also you can compare with the created by as well, okay, for extra check. Now over here first we'll need to get the messages and then the frame ID as well. Then we'll say await request.json. Then we'll say constant result is equal to await db.update, and then you need to provide a table name which is the chart table dot set. Here which field you want to set. So in this case chart messages with the value messages, and then we'll add a where clause with a equal to, and here we'll say chart table dot frame ID should match with the frame ID which we pass. Once result is successful, you can return the next response dot json saying updated. Okay, and then save it. As simple as that. Quite straightforward. This is the put request. Now let's go back to our playground page.tsx, and inside this, whenever there is change, we don't want this line of code. This is only for testing purpose, so I will remove this. And whenever the messages changes, so here we'll say if messages, then we need to update our database, or you can add messages dot length. It's either need to be greater than 1, then only you can add it. And then over here we need to call that API endpoint. So we'll create a method called constant save messages, and this save messages we need to call over here. Then inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot put slash API slash charts, and then you need to pass the messages as messages and then the frame ID as frame ID. If you want, you can just console the response with the result, and over here I will add as a async. But here also I will make sure the loading is not there. So okay, here we'll add an and condition. Only when the loading stop, then only we have to send it. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So I will just say hi again. Okay, let's send this message. Obviously it might save previous messages, and that's done. So let's go back to the database. So for this one I added, I think, and I don't know for which one, or maybe it's not get saved, okay, for some other reason. So it's not working because our this logic is not working. So over here I will just add messages dot length is greater than 0, then only save this message. Okay, let's save this one and I will refresh the screen. Let's say hi. Right now it's saying hi. Let's say hello again, and we got the result. Let's see in the database now. So I will refresh this, and boom, if you see, now it's saving all the conversation. Beautiful. Now even though you start any code, right, ask any code to the AI model, it will not save the code, but it will just save whatever you have inside the messages. Now if I refresh this screen, over here you will not getting any result. That's because we need to save the messages. So over here I will just add a send messages with the all the messages. So we'll just say result dot data, okay, something like this, and then chart messages. So over here my mistake. So we need to we are supposed to set the messages, okay, not to send a message, and then save it. And now if I refresh this, see, we got the list, and it's not making any API call because the last message is the assistant message. Only we are making or sending a message request for the first message when user create a new project. Okay, so make sure to update this one as well. Now displaying the generated code inside this website design is quite straightforward because we already have the generated code saved in a state, right? So basically you need to pass this generated code to this website design. So here we'll say generated code as generated code. Okay, now I will copy, go to the website design, and here make sure to accept this generated code. I will accept it as a prop. Let's define a prop type as well as a generated code of type string. Then this generated code you need to display over here, but this generated code is in the form of HTML and it's not returning the complete HTML, only the body request. Okay, obviously we already saw this one. If you see this at the top, it just returned that particular section which you requested for. So how to fix this? So basically I already added the default HTML code, right? Over here it will add the HTML along with the HTML tag, and these are the some script which we need for the styling. For example, we added this Tailwind CSS, we imported this script, and there are many others. But over here we are just displaying the head tag inside these messages. Obviously we are going to render the code which we generated. Pretty cool, right? And then again we close this tag. So copy everything as it is, and then inside this you need to use this line of code. Okay, so maybe you can import it over here, or let's keep it like this for now, and I will add a div. Now inside this div, as we are rendering as soon as we are getting data, right? So it's a streaming response, so we have to use elements. So here we'll say dangerously set inner HTML, and then inside this we'll add an HTML with the code which we copied. So we'll paste this code. Okay, obviously you need to remove this tag to remove the error as well, something like this. Okay, and for the generated code, obviously I will replace these messages with the generated code and then save it. Now inside this you already have all the styling is applied and everything, so you don't need to worry about this. I will just update the style and then save it. Okay, let's test this out, but before that you need to give specific width. So here we'll say 91 vertical height, and then I will add overflow auto and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, and inside here now I'm going to tell to generate something for me, right? So here we'll say hero section for SaaS app, okay, and then send this message. As soon as you start sending this message, oh, so over here we forgot to save this file, so make sure to save it and then we'll test this out. Let me refresh it again, and I will again pass the same prompt and then send it. Now boom, if you see, as soon as it generates the content, it's returning and displaying the result. And obviously we are only want to generate the hero section, that's why it generated only this hero section. Pretty cool, right? Obviously here you need to add couple of things. So basically in the generate code you don't want this last code, right? So you can remove it. Either you can remove inside the generate code or you can remove it over here as well. It's up to you. Okay, let's remove over here because we know that in generated code we have all the information. Okay, so from next time it will not generate, and make sure you'll add this generated code dot replace. Perfect. Now let's create something like e-commerce product card, okay, in dark theme, and then send it. Now once you send, boom, it started adding the product card, and if you see, it's starting one by one. Okay, I'm not doing anything because AI is generating completely for us, and he added this beautiful, generated this beautiful card. Now obviously there are a lot of functionality that we are going to implement in this particular course, but until this point I hope you understand how beautiful it generates the code for us. Now any AI model like Lovable, Google Stitch, Bolt, Claude, and there are many AI platform which generate this kind of feature. But if you want to update something, let's consider you want to change the this button, or you want to update something over here, you have to tell to this AI model again, you have to write the prompt and then it again start generating, and it's taking time and time until we get the proper result. But in this particular course we are not doing that. We are going to enable the inline editing. Once the output is generated, you can edit anything you want. If you want to change this text, just click on it and then it will change the text. If you want to edit this particular value, you can edit that one. Everything you can handle. You want changing the color, font, everything you can do it inline. You don't need to tell AI again, and you don't need to learn any coding. Means any user can edit this particular design. Okay, so that's what we are going to implement next. But until this point I hope you understand. Now there are a couple of things that we are going to implement because we wanted to show in an iframe, so that we don't need to scroll something like this. Okay, we will add more feature, but until this point make sure you are implemented everything until what we learn. Okay, because going forward obviously there are interesting feature that we are going to implement now. Now once the code is generated, we need to save that code into our database. Now in database we already have the field name. Let's go to the frame, and here we have the design code. Obviously we need to update this frame record, right? So I will go to the API, and inside the API we already have this frame route, right? Now we already have the get request in that one. Now in this case we need to add a put request. So here we'll say export async function put and request with the next request. Okay, inside this obviously we need to accept a design code, as well as we also wanted to get the frame ID. Okay, here we'll say await request.json. Now once you have this, you just need to save it. So we'll say constant result is equal to await db.update, because we want to update the record. Here we'll say frame table dot set, and then we need to just set the design code. So over here we'll say design code, and then obviously make sure in where clause you'll add a condition, because you only wanted to update that particular frame, right? So over here we'll say frame table dot frame id matches with the frame id. Okay, but if you want to also add a project id, okay, because inside the frame we also have the project id information, so you can also add the multiple condition. So obviously make sure inside the and you need to add an equal to. Obviously we need to add two equal, so over here we'll say frame table dot project id should match with the project id. Okay, so these two conditions you need to add. Make sure this AND operator you will import it from the Drizzle ORM along with this equal to. Once it is added, simply inside the return I will say next response dot json, and then inside the result will say updated, and then save it. As simple as that. Okay, now let me go to this playground page.tsx file, and here if you see we are putting the or updating the generated code as soon as AI stream the data, right? But we need to save it once the complete code is generated. So that is very important. So in order to do that, I will create an use effect, and this use effect will execute. So over here we'll say generated code only when the generated code is complete. So here we'll say generated code and is not loading. But here make sure you can add a length, let's say greater than 10 whatever, right? Because we don't want to enter the empty one. Once you add this one, obviously we'll create a new method to update our generated code. So here we'll say constant save generated code, and then inside this we'll simply call this await axios dot put /API/frame, and then inside this we need to pass a design code, which is a generated code, then the frame id, which is nothing but the frame id which we already have, and the project id as well. So we'll update the project id. Okay, and then you can even console the result. So we'll say result dot data. Inside the toast dot success, here we'll say the website is ready. Now as we are using await, I will make this async, and now this particular method we need to call inside this if condition under this use effect, right? Only when the generated code length is greater than 10 and it's not loading, means once the loading is finished, then only we need to call this method. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So there is a quick update before testing this one, right? This use effect might not work, okay, because the loading get false immediately, and that's the reason. So what we can do, we'll remove this condition and we call this save generate code inside this request only under the send message, but outside of this else condition, right? So over here we'll say await and save generated code, okay, and then save it. Also in generated code, if you want to remove, I think we already removed this one, I think that will work, that's fine. Let's test this out now. So I will create this simple e-commerce product page. I don't want to make it complicated, so I will send this, and once it's sent, it will start generating this e-commerce product. Oh, I just added the e-commerce product, so it's generating the complete product page for us, and once it is ready, it should save to our database. If not, then something is missing. So we'll wait. If you see, it's completely generating this beautiful page for us, okay, that's pretty good. Obviously we want to learn how we can update these images as well. So right now we got an error saying 500. Let's see why. So we'll go to the VS Code terminal, and if you scroll down over here, we have an error saying no value to set. So design code is not getting saved. Now it's not getting saved because the design code is sending as a empty. That's because inside our save generated code, I just move this over here. Okay, so over here we need to pass an AI response, right, as the value, because this generated code state is not getting updated immediately when you are in the same block. So we can move at the top just before this one as well, and then make sure to pass this AI response. Now inside this save generated code, you need to accept it as a string, and then you have to pass a code as a design code and then save it. Now let's test this out. So over here I want to generate a social media card for user, okay, and then send it. Now once it's sent, if you see, it start generating the code for us. Pretty cool, right? And it has all this design, and once it's ready, you will see we got the notification as well. It means it gets saved. Now let's go to the database. Over here, if you see, we have the result. Pretty cool, right? And here you will see all the code gets saved, and that's how you have to save the generated code into your database. Now once you go to this frame ID, right now obviously we saved it, but we are not fetching that one and displaying on the screen. Right now, in order to fix this issue, simply inside the get frame details, here we are getting the frame information. I will say constant design code is equal to result dot data dot design code, right? Because inside the result dot data we have the design code, right? Now obviously inside this design code, it might contain some raw text that we need to remove it, right? So in order to remove, if you see, we already have this function we already written, right? The same way we are going to implement over here, or you can create a different method to get that value. So over here we'll take the index of this HTML, and then we'll slice the result, and in the last we'll simply set the generated code as here we'll say formatted code, and then we're gonna save this formatted code inside the generated code, as simple as that. Okay, let's save this one, go back to our application, and then you will see the result. Even though if I refresh for that particular frame ID, you will get the information. So currently inside our website design, we are using the div with a dangerous set inner HTML in order to render the web page, right? Because we are getting the streaming response. But because of this dangerously set inner HTML, there are some Shadcn component not working properly on the page. For example, if you see, this primary button is not working in the sense the styling is not getting applied for the save button as well over here, and later on as well we are going to add some settings. If that button doesn't work, then we have to add our custom button. Right now, in order to fix this issue, I already added one code inside our eraser doc, which help us to convert our existing design into a iframe. Now iframe is very common technique in order to render your web page, but in our case we are going to stream inside the iframe, as simple as that, and it's quite easy. The code, if you see over here inside the iframe, we are passing the reference, and to that reference we are setting a document as soon as we are getting that. Also, we added this class name, and we are allowing the sandbox mode for this particular iframe, okay, so that you can scroll it out and you can edit later on. Okay, it's very straightforward, guys. So just simply copy everything as it is. So I will just copy this website design code, and then paste it inside or replace your code, existing code. Okay, so over here something like this. Now obviously you need to add this, import this use reference, use effect, and what else we have. Okay, so this need to be a generated code actually. because that's what we have, this generated code. And then once you save it, go back to your application, refresh the screen, and then you will see it's still rendering properly, right? Only thing that you need to do is give proper margin and all. So over here maybe we can change this to 700 pixel. Let me refresh this. Perfect. Also I am just going to wrap inside the div and will provide some padding to it. Okay, so maybe we need to add width full to this one as well, and if I refresh it, you will see it's rendering properly. Now next thing, let's redesign this particular page. So here we'll say sign up screen, okay, and then we'll send this out. Now once you send, it will see, it will start thinking, and then it will also rendering in real time. Pretty cool, right? So iframe also provide the same functionality that what we want. Now this particular thing you might see flashing because this is the input, right, which is autofill, so that's the reason it added the email password. But over here if you see, now it generated this beautiful design in real time, okay, with the help of AI streaming functionality. So I hope you understand this particular feature, how we easily converted our existing design and put it inside the iframe. Now next we are going to add an extra tool for this web page. In order to view the web page on a new tab, then user have option to download the code in HTML, CSS, or you can even give option to download in as a React component. And the last, the view the code, okay, for React as well as for HTML, CSS. Not only that, but we are giving option user to change this to mobile view to or desktop view. Okay, currently by default is a desktop view for a web page, but if you want to check user how it looks on the mobile screen, then we are also giving that option as well. So let's go back to our application and let me close all of this tab. Now inside this, I'm going to create a new component called Webpage Tools.tsx. Let's add a default template, and then this component I'm going to attach inside the website design. Okay, so over here we'll add this. Oh, not website design, web design, I think web page tool. Okay, now if I go back to our application, and then here you will see web page tool option. Okay, obviously I'm going to change this height to 600 pixels so you can see this. And then inside the web page tool, we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to 2, also we'll add some shadow, we'll make a rounded corner to XL. Okay, over here as well I will make the rounded is XL with a border to 2, and if I refresh this, oh, I don't think so it's applied. Okay, I forgot to save it, and once you save, this is how it look like. Okay, now inside this web page tool, first I will add a div. Inside the div we want to add a 2 button, one which is the desktop view. So over here we'll say desktop. Let's find the relevant icon. So we'll use this monitor icon, and we'll another button for mobile. I don't think so there is a mobile icon, so let me find something relevant. I think we can say tablet smartphone. Perfect, and save it. Now over here you will see these both the icons. Perfect, right? Now for this one we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, gap to 2, I'll make it 2, and then I'm going to change this variant to ghost. Okay, for this button as well. and once you add, this is how it look like. Okay, so you have option now. Next thing, by default we wanted to show monitor as a default one. Okay, so over here we'll say constant default size, or maybe instead of mentioning the state over here, we can pass the state back to the parent component. So here we'll say on click selected screen size, and then I'm passing as a desktop, or we can say web, and then we can add for mobile, we can add mobile. Okay, as simple as that. Now this selected screen size we need to pass back, but it will I'm going to accept two important param. One is selected size and other is selected screen size, or selected, here we'll just say screen size. Maybe we can, here we'll say selected screen size, and here we'll say set selected screen size. Okay, of type prop. Okay, here I will define it as any only. Now once you have this selected screen size, so I'm going to add a class name with a dynamic value. So over here I'm just going to add if selected screen size, then we'll add a border primary, otherwise we'll leave as it is. Okay, and same thing I'm going to implement for this button as well. Perfect. Now let's go back to this previous page inside the website design, and here we'll define a state. So you can say constant selected screen size dot comma set selected screen size is equal to use state, and by default I will add as a web. Here obviously you need to check if selected screen size is equal to web, and here don't forget to add is mobile. Okay, if that matches, then only we need to pass. Next, inside this website design we need to pass this selected screen size as selected screen size, and for set selected screen size obviously we'll get a value, and that value we are going to set over here as a v. Obviously this is of type string. Let's save this one, go back to your application, and let me refresh the screen. Oh, over here I forgot, it need to be a set selected screen size, because we are setting the value, right? And here don't forget to add a border, we forgot to add a border as well. Okay, and save it. So we have the border and border primary. Now if I select this one, if you see, it's now showing as a selected. If I select this one, it's showing as a selected, but we have to make sure if any of them are selected, right? It depends on this, we need to increase the screen size. So for that one we'll go to the website design, and whenever the screen size is changed, we need to update this width, right? So I'm going to wrap this in a curly braces. We need to make it a conditional width. So basically you will add a condition, if selected screen size is equal to web, then we need to add a size, we can just say width full. Okay, otherwise we can say width maybe we can say 400. Okay, and let's save it. I will refresh the screen. By default, if you see this desktop, if I change this, oh wait, it's increasing the value actually. So let me change this. Okay, so you need to change this to 100, or maybe we can just make it little bit of 80 and save it, right? And now if you see, let me refresh the screen. Now as soon as you change, it's changing the screen size. Okay, so maybe we can make it to 130, which is decent size. Let me refresh it again, and now if I change, if you see, it changed to mobile view. And obviously in order to test this functionality, you need to open in a new tab. Okay, if you try this out, if you put the item to be in the center with a flex column, okay, so now you can check this, see, perfect. You don't need to be this web page tool in the center of the screen. Okay, it's up to you. Maybe you can mention the width full, so it will be full screen. No matter what the screen size will be. Okay, so this is very important, guys, to add this functionality. Now on the right hand side we need to add some more option, so I will add div over here, and the first option that I'm going to add is to view the code. So over here we'll add a button. Inside this button we'll add a text called view, and then for the icon I will add something like this one, square arrow out of pop. So we'll add square arrow out. I need to get the name out up right. And then save it. Perfect. Now we want this button on the right hand side, so we'll make this as a flex item to be in the center and then justify between. So it will come on the right side. Obviously for this button you can add a variant as outline. Okay, so it will be the outline, and on the click of this view button you can view on a new tab. So over here I will add on click button, and then we'll say view in new tab. Now this method obviously we are going to create inside this page only. Okay, but obviously we need a code to view that one. So I will go to the website design, and here I'm also going to pass a code. Okay, inside this we'll say a generated code, but generated code is not enough because we also need this HTML content. So we'll copy everything as it is. Okay, and we'll go to the web page tool. Either you can save somewhere, or you can save at one place. Let's say constant HTML code, and then simply save it. Now inside this body it is very important to add these curly braces with the code. You can name anything, but you have to add that because we want to replace this line of code with our generated code. Now over here I will accept generated code, and then we can replace this code with our own generated code. Now inside this view in new tab we are going to simply write if not generated code, then we'll return nothing. Otherwise we'll say constant clean code is equal to, here we'll say generated code. If it's not empty we'll just add a empty string. Then we'll say replace all with HTML with a single. Also we'll say replace with empty, and if there is only an HTML, right, so here we'll say replace HTML with the empty as well. And after this, once we have the clean code, we have to convert that into a blob because we need to create an object URL, right, so that it will open a new tab. So here we'll say clean code and type text/HTML. Okay, we are just telling, and after that we need to create an object URL. So here we'll say URL dot create object URL, and then pass this blob, and then at the last we'll say window dot open URL, and obviously we want to open in new tab, so we'll say underscore black. Now another important thing, obviously here we are passing the generated code but not this HTML code. Now in order to do that, fix it, right, you just need to add HTML code dot replace, and then you need to replace this particular code, okay, with our generated code. As simple as that. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I will go back to our application, now this is the page. If I click on open, oh, nothing is happening right now. So make sure this view in tab is connected to this particular one. That's correct. Oh, so the problem is here, this need to be a code only. Okay, so over here we'll say generated code, and then because the parameter need to be correct. Now let's test this out. If I click view, and boom, if you see, we got the complete page. The most interesting part, you can even check in a mobile view how it looks in a tab and everything. See, pretty cool, right? So that is also very important feature that just we added to view the page on a new tab, so user can actually test this out, right? The next part is download the code, right? So over here I'm going to add a button to download the code. For the download, I'm going to add a download icon and save it. Now for this div, I will add a class name flex, make it flex and gap to 2. And then we also have another button to view the code. Maybe we can add a download after this, and for view, I will add a code icon. Perfect. Okay, so we have the view button, and then we also have the download button in order to download the code. Okay, now here you have two options. On the view, we want to show a dialog where you can have option to see the code, and in the download button you can even download in HTML. But as I say, you can add a feature to download a React component and view the React code as well. Now let's implement the view code functionality where we are going to show a pop-up. So for that one, we are going to use a pop-up component from the Shadcn. So we'll go to the Shadcn, and inside the Shadcn, go to the component and search for the dialog. Now we already have this dialog component installed, but we'll just check the import statement and the dialog to open it, right? So first thing, in order to view the code, right, we'll create a component to view that one. So basically we'll create a component called view code block.tsx, add a default template, and inside this first we'll add an import statement, then we'll use this code example as it is. Okay, and save it. Now inside the trigger, obviously we want to open on the click of this code button, so we'll accept the children, and then we'll pass these children over here. Now we'll use this view code block over here and simply paste these children inside the code block, so that on the click of this code it will open it. So if I go back to our application, on the click of this code you will see this dialog. Beautiful. Now to this code block we need to pass a code, right? So obviously we need to pass this complete clean code. So basically what we can do, we'll define a state called constant final code, set final code is equal to use state, and once the clean code is there, right, so basically inside the use effect, now this use effect will execute whenever we have the generated code, and then we'll set the final code over here. Okay, but before that we need to move this final code inside this clean code, and then once we have the clean code we'll set this over here. I will add the type as a string, and then we have the final code. Now obviously everywhere will replace with the final code. Okay, here we'll add a condition as well, or maybe this will also work. Perfect. Now for this block as well, we'll say final, we'll just say code, and then we'll call it as a final code. Now let's go to the view code block, accept it as a code, and then we want to display over here. So let's display something like code. Okay, and here we'll say source code and save it. Now if I click on code, you will see this source code. But obviously this source code not look good, right? We need a proper formatting for it. Now in order to format this code, we are going to use this React syntax highlighter, which is very popular library. Simply copy that npm command, go back to your project and then install it. Once it is installed, you can see how this React syntax you can use it. Okay, you just need to pass your code which you want to format inside this syntax highlighter, and then provide a language along with the style if you want to provide any specific style. Okay, so I will import this syntax highlighter. So I will add a div, and inside this we'll add this syntax highlighter. Make sure to import from the React syntax highlighter, and then inside this you need to provide a code which you want to format. Now once you save it, now view the code, and boom, if you see, our code is ready. Now basically this width is too smaller, right? You can also provide the height if you want. So basically here I will say minimum width to, let's say, 5 pixel. Okay, and then you can change the height to, let's say, 600 pixel. Perfect. I think this is pretty good, right? You can increase the size a little bit more. Okay, perfect. Obviously there are a lot of code, so you have to scroll it horizontally as well. Now obviously user have option to simply copy from here, okay, or you can add a copy button. So inside this source code, I will add inside the span tag, let's add a button, and inside this we'll say copy. Maybe we need to wrap inside the div, as this is giving error because we added inside the span tag. Maybe okay, we did not add the button actually, but once you add, let's view the code, and this is how it look like. Perfect. Now for this div, we'll make it flex, justify between, item to be in the center. I think it's gone too far, so let's not make justify between, just will give gap to, let's say, 4. Okay, over here, so user can copy directly by clicking this one. Okay, so in order to copy, I will add a constant handle copy and the arrow function. Inside this, obviously here we make this async because we want to use await with a navigator dot clipboard dot write text. That's how easily you can copy on your clipboard. Okay, so that you can easily paste it anywhere, and you can even add a toast message saying success, code copied, and then simply call this handle click on the button click where we have this copy button. Something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now if I click copy, see, it's saying copy, and obviously I can paste it anywhere. So if I go over here, paste it, you will see the complete code, which is obviously formatted one. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add this source code functionality. Now obviously you can make this source code functionality only exclusive to the paid user. That also we can learn it later on in this particular course only, how we can restrict user to access certain functionality only for the paid user. Now same thing we are going to implement for the download functionality. Obviously once user click on download, user can download the file in the form of HTML. So let's go back to our website design, and inside here we have this web page tool. Let's go on inside this web page tool actually, and then we'll create a new method. So we'll say constant download code is equal to and the arrow function. Now inside this you need to call constant similar like this one. So I will just copy this both the lines, okay, because we need a object URL, and then we'll create an anchor tag using the document dot create element and this is our anchor tag. Now we'll say a dot hrefs is equal to URL. We just simply assign this URL to this hrefs, and then we'll say download is equal to, this is the file name we are giving, we'll say design, or we'll say code.html, or you can write index.html. Okay, doesn't matter. After this, you can add document.body.append child, and then pass this anchor tag. And the last will say a.click. What it will do, it will automatically add a download functionality. Obviously you can add document.body.remove child, because if once user downloaded, you don't want to keep this anchor tag there, right? So we can remove that, and then we can say revoke object URL by passing that URL. Now this download code, obviously we are going to connect over here. So we'll say on click, save it, and let's go over here. Now if I click download, boom, it's get downloaded in a second. And once you click, you will see, you can able to see the code as well. Okay, so that's how easily you can add it. Just quick thing that we are going to do over here, we'll say replace all HTML with the empty. Now we can download it, click on it, and then you will see the complete code. So that's how, guys, you can add this extra tool for your application. Now in this chapter, we are going to add very interesting feature which make this application unique from any other application, which is inline editing. But let me show you how it actually works. Now whenever you hover on any of the element, we are going to show a dotted border around that element. It means you are about to select that particular element. But actually once you click on it, obviously we are gonna show a red border around it, and then it enables a setting option where you can edit this particular text, or even you can change the color, change the size, font, add a border, change the background, and many other things that you can easily handle through the setting. You don't need to tell to the AI model to update every time. Okay, you can easily do it from this setting option only. Okay, so obviously in order to implement that feature, you have to add few line of code, right? And it might be a complicated for you. So I already added a code called element section. You just need to copy that and paste it inside your code. Okay, so in this code, if you see, obviously we already have this document open code which rendering the document inside the iframe, and we are using that iframe. In that one, I wrote a couple of methods like handle mouse over. Okay, so inside this handle mouse over, it will add a dotted border around the element. When handle mouse is out, means you are not hovering on that element anymore, then I'm making sure that border is no longer there. Okay, and along with that one, when you click on it, obviously I'm adding the red border. So these are some of the things I added. Also along with this one, whenever you make some edit operation, right, this handle blur will capture your changes. Okay, right now I'm just consoling it, but whenever you make any changes, edit it, then inside this handle blur, it will console that change. Okay, and obviously at the end, I'm making sure that this all the changes I am unmounting it. Okay, so it will not make your application slower. So just copy everything as it is, go back to your application, and if you see inside the web design, right, we have this use effect, right? Simply replace that use effect with the code which we just copied. Just remove these 3 lines or tags and then save it. As simple as that, and nothing get changed, right? If you make sure, obviously we already have this iframe reference. Okay, now if I go back to our application, refresh the screen and make sure it's working or not. So right now, make sure this inside the HTML, the script which you don't want it, just remove that. So I just kept the Tailwind CSS, flow byte, font awesome, the material icons, and the chart.js. Okay, and now if you see, I can able to see this line. Okay, obviously you can increase the dotted border width, but I think that's look perfectly fine. And whenever I hover on any element, you will see that border. Now when I select this one, you will see it gets selected with red color solid border. Pretty cool, right? And here I can make changes as well. Pretty nice, right? If I go to the inspect panel inside the console, for your reference, you will see the element that we make changes, it will display over here. Okay, and obviously when I select any of this element, that also gets selected and consoling for you, so that whenever you make any changes, you can make an operation whichever setting you want. You can customize the feature as per your convenience. So that's all. Obviously you can select any small elements, guys. Okay, and if you see, if I want to edit these small things, you can easily do that. Correct? So that's how you have to implement this particular feature. Now in this chapter we are going to add a different setting options available for the each selection. Now once you select, we are going to display the setting options on the right side. So currently we already have this element selection option. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside this, if you remember, at very first inside the page.tsx we added the chart section, website design section, and the setting section. Now I'm going to remove the setting section from here, and let me cut it from here, and then we are going to add inside the website design. Okay, so basically if I scroll down at the bottom, I'm going to wrap inside another div, and then over here we'll paste this element setting section. Now make sure to import this, as well as you need to mark this as a flex with a gap 2 if you want, and then save it. Now if I refresh this, you will see this element section option. Perfect. Now also make sure to add a width to full, and then on the right hand side we have this element section. Now let's go to this element section first. Over here I will add some padding, then over here we'll add a h2 tag. We'll say settings. Over here we can add an icon, so I will choose this setting icon called swatch block. Swatch book. Okay, and then save it. And if I go over here, this is how it looks. Let's bring everything in one line. So we'll make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center, and then we'll also make font bold. Now over here we'll add a label, and we'll first add font size option. We'll add a font, the text smaller, and then you can add the select drop down. Now obviously you can add simple HTML drop down, or you can even use a Shadcn select drop down. So if I go to this Shadcn documentation, go to the select, this is how the drop down will look like. This drop down is already installed, so you don't need to install it again, and simply import this statement. You can also add this example drop down and then save it. I will make the width full, and then for the list of item you can add a multiple size, and inside this select item, the easiest way that I'm going to tell you is to iterate the array. So over here we say array, and we'll add up to 53. Okay, and then I think we already added this need to be a square circular braces. Then we'll say map item comma index and the arrow function. Now inside this we'll add the select item. This need to be a circular braces. We don't want this one, and inside this you can add the pixel size. So we'll say item plus 12. Okay, and then we'll say pixel. Over here as well we can add the size using this item plus 12. Okay, for a key I will as an index, save it, go back to your application, and then oh, so right now it's weird, it's not showing anything. Oh, so over here this need to be I actually, not an or this need to be index, because we need to show value and not item. So over here make sure you will change this to an index, and here as well as I want to add a pixel size, so I will say pixel. Now if I save this one, you will see the size. Perfect. Next thing, change the placeholder. So over here we'll say select size and then save it. But you can even add the default selected element size as well, right? So for that one, obviously you need the selected element inside your component. So to get those, first let's define what you need. So over here we'll say selected element comma clear selection as well. Obviously we'll define a props. Inside this we'll add a selected element of type HTML element, and then clear selection we just will add a type void. And over here we'll add a prop and then save it. Now obviously inside the website designer you have to make sure you have to pass the selected element, right? And also you need a clear selection. So at the top let's define a constant called selected element comma set selected element is equal to use state. Obviously this will be the HTML element, so define the type, and then when you click on the element, right, we have this handle click. Over here we'll set the selected element with the selected element which we already have over here, and then you can pass that selected element. And for this clear selection you can simply set the selected element to null. So once you define null, I think we need to also add a null operator over here, and then you can ignore this error. Perfect, and then save it. Now obviously we have the selected element over here, right? Now you can use this selected element to give the default size. Okay, so over here inside the selector you can add a default value, and inside the default value you can provide the size. So you can get it with the selected element dot style dot font size. Okay, obviously if it's not there you can even add a dummy one. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. Okay, obviously once you select the item, but if the size is not defined, it means it might have the Tailwind CSS classes. So in that case you can just ignore those. Okay, now this is just about the font size. In the same way you can add other elements. Now next we'll learn how to add a text color one. So here we'll say label and we'll say text color. Inside this we'll add an input. Let me add a div first, and then we'll add an input of type color. Okay, and once you add this you will see you have option to select the type color as well. Over here you can add a width, let's say 20 pixel, or let's make it 40, and also I'm going to add a height to 40 pixel. Then we'll make a rounded corner, or you can make a rounded full as well, but full not look good. Let's make it just little bit rounded corner. And over here if you see you have option to select that color. But not only that, you can even add, if you want to add a hex color, that also you can make sure to select it. For this label I will add a font text smaller, okay, and margin top to 3, and then save it. Now obviously you can add more elements over here, but now next part that we'll learn how you can apply these changes. So simply we have to write constant apply style, and then over here obviously we'll use the property name of type string and then their respective value, which is again of type string. Okay, now over here if you will check if the element is selected, then we'll say selected element dot style, then we'll pass a property as any, and then we'll set the value to it. And now this apply style obviously we are going to attach to the each of the field. So in this case, for example, for the select, right, we have this on value change which will emit the value, and then we'll simply apply the style. Over here you have to mention the font size, and then you also need to add e dot target. Oh sorry, in this case we already have value, so we can just pass the value. Same thing we have to do it. So I will copy this, or let's just add it over here. So for this input we'll add on change, obviously it will emit the event, then we'll say apply style, and inside this you need to add a color. This is the just a CSS property that you need to pass, and then their respective value. Once you save this, go back to your application, and then if I change this font size, you will see the font size is getting changed immediately. Okay, not only that, but same way you can change the color for each of them. So I added some extra setting option. If you see on the right hand side, now we have the font size, text color, text alignment, background with a border radius, a padding and margin, and most important, you can add a Tailwind CSS classes. Now once you select any of these element on the screen, let me refresh this once, then you will see it automatically select the classes which is applied to that particular text, say, right? Obviously it's not related to just text, but you can apply you can check it for each of them. Now you can even apply the classes over here, something like this, and boom, see, if you don't like it, just remove it and then it will go away. Over here you will see that you can even apply some styling, some background, the alignment, and every option which is needed in order to do the inline editing. Everything is here. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add the inline editing setting for your each of the element for your web app, right? So obviously the source code of these settings I am making that available for free, so you will find it on inside the eraser doc. Simply go over here and then you will find this element selection option or element setting option. Okay, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And guys, if you press the like button and if I get 500 plus likes, then I'm gonna introduce the extra feature and I'm gonna make a video on that too. Now it's time to add one of the most important feature, which is an image generation. Currently, when you generate the website, it added the image with a placeholder, and we need to add an option so that you can generate image, or you can even upload the image, and you can do some AI transformation with the help of AI. And for that one, we are going to use an ImageKit. ImageKit is a platform where you can upload your images, but not only that, you can transform your image with the help of AI image transformation. Along with that, you can also do the video AI transformation, and the most important and interesting part is you can do inline URL transformation. You don't need to write any bulk or any line of code. With the help of just updating the URL, you can transform image in whichever format or you want. Obviously, ImageKit provide a lot of different AI transformation feature that I'm going to walk through in a moment. But talking about the ImageKit, click the link in the description to get extra discount. Also in the pricing, if you see, you can start with the free tier as well. But if you want to go with the paid tier, ImageKit recently introduced a light tier which is just $9 per month. Okay, but obviously you will get a more usage, more AI transformation feature, and many more other options. So simply click the link in the description and then jump onto this ImageKit. Now, before sign up to this ImageKit, let me walk through the complete flow how this ImageKit we are going to use. Okay. Now, very first thing, when user want to upload the image, we are going to select the image from the local system, and then we are going to upload it to the image cloud. Now, in order to apply all the AI transformation, we have to make sure our image is on the image cloud. Okay. Also, not only that, but we are going to also implement the image generate functionality, which can generate the image with the help of ImageKit. And then once the image or it generate or image is uploaded, we will get the image URL, right? Now, with the help of that image URL, we are going to apply various bunch of AI image transformation like smart cropping, scaling the image, resizing the image, or removing the background, and there are many more other feature available. Now, once you click in the link in the documentation, where you will jump onto this document, and here it properly explain how it actually work, right? Now, once you have the URL endpoint, which is nothing but your image URL endpoint, right, along with the image path, you need to pass a transformation like you want to change width, height, just pass this transformation. But not only that, you can even whatever the image you have, if you want to crop that image and get the author from that image, you can just pass that transformation. That's how easy it is. And over here you will find a different AI transformation option. Okay, now over here you will see the pricing, how it actually works, how much unit it costs for each of them. But if you see now, for example, if you want to remove the background, right, within just adding this line inside your URL, you can easily do that. Okay, and let me show you. So if I remove this one, this is how our image will look like. Now, once I added the background remove transformation at the end of this particular URL and click enter, immediately it will remove the background from your image. Pretty cool, right? And there are a lot of bunch of AI transformation available. Even you can change the background of the image, you can resize this image, position it at certain place, and you can even generate the image from the text prompt as well. Okay, and there are a bunch of other AI transformation feature here is listed out. Now, some of them obviously we are going to implement inside our application. Now, the next part is let's create an account on the ImageKit, then go to the dashboard. Over here, if you scroll down little bit, you will find this developer option. Okay, inside this developer option, you will get this URL endpoint, the public key and the private key that we needed. Okay, as we are using the JavaScript version, so we are going to implement using this ImageKit that I'm going to tell you in a moment. But first, make sure to explore this ImageKit, the media library, how it's saved, and there are a lot of other things that you can explore. Now, the next part is we are going to install npm ImageKit. Okay, so just search this one. So this is JavaScript. I will just go to this official ImageKit only. Okay, so this is the npm command. Make sure to copy that, go back to your application, and then paste it here. Now, once it is installed, obviously you can use the ImageKit. Now, obviously we need a new setting in order to add the ImageKit. The image settings. Now, once I select the image, we have to make sure Here we'll get an option to upload the image, some AI transformation and everything. But I made the already written a code and make it available for you for free. So over here, if you see, I added this new component called image setting section. Simply copy everything as it is. This is just a UI. Okay, obviously we have to implement the ImageKit functionality on top of this particular component. Now once you copy it, go back to your application. Inside this underscore component, here we'll create image setting section.tsx and then add a default code. Once you add it, let's save this one. Now this particular component will accept the selected element, whichever element you select. Make sure to pass that one to this image setting section, and then there are some methods already written. Okay, it's quite easy and straightforward. Now before that, let's go to the website design, and inside here scroll to the bottom. Over here we need to add a condition, so I will comment this out, and here we'll say if selected element dot tag name is equal to image, then we have to show image setting section. As simple as that. Okay, otherwise we'll check if selected element is there, then we are going to show element setting section, otherwise we'll show null. Okay, now obviously for this element setting section, make sure to copy everything as it is, and then I will paste it here. Then for this image selection, make sure to pass the selected element as a selected element. I think we forgot. Okay, so we already have this closed, so you don't need to add it again. And I will also add ts ignore just about this one, and then save it. Now once you save, we'll go back to our application, refresh the screen, and if I scroll down and select the image, boom, if you see, now we have this image setting where you have option to upload the image. On click of upload, we have to make sure we will upload the image on the ImageKit cloud. Here we already have this predefined prompt. Now when we generate this website, it also generates the prompt which is returned as a alt tag for the image. Okay, for the selected image. That alt tag nothing but the image prompt. It can help us to generate an AI image. Okay, then we have the AI transformation option like smart cropping, resizing, upscaling, and the background remove. But if you learn this how to add it, you can add more feature from the ImageKit. And then the last, we have the border radius to change the border of that particular image. As simple as that, right? Now the first thing first, we will upload the image. We will learn how to upload it. Currently once you click on it, it will obviously allow us to select the image, and once you select, that preview is also displaying on the screen, right? Now on the click of this upload image, we have to make sure it will actually upload to the ImageKit. So for that one, let's go to this npm ImageKit documentation, and here you need to add ImageKit public, private, and URL endpoint, right? So I will copy that, and then inside this image settings section at the top, I will paste it here. Now make sure to import this ImageKit. And then here you need to pass a public key, then the private key, and then your own URL endpoint. Now that I'm going to save inside .env. So over here we'll say next underscore public ImageKit URL endpoint is equal to, then we'll also have ImageKit private key, and then ImageKit public key. Now let's go back over here and copy each of the things one by one. So we have the URL endpoint, we have the public key, and then we have the private key as well. Now over here I will make this as a constant and then save it. Oh, I think we have to save it over here, my bad. So I will copy it again one by one. The public key and then the private key. Okay, now once you add over here, I will just import this process.env dot. So this is the public key, so we have to pass the public key environment variable, then the private, and then the URL. Now obviously we are using Typescript, so you have to add this exclamatory mark at end of this each of the environment variable. Now once ImageKit is initialized, then over here we have this handle file change, which will save the file information, right? Then we'll write a method called constant save uploaded file, and then over here if I click on this upload image, right, maybe we can just scroll it. This is the image upload, this is the input, and this is the on click. So over here we'll say save uploaded file. Okay, now just click on this one over here. Obviously if I go to the documentation and scroll down little bit, then you will find an upload file upload option. Okay, so inside the file upload, if you see, you need to pass a file, the file name, and all of these things. So over here we say image reference is equal to await ImageKit dot upload. Now inside this upload, obviously you need to pass a file, which is the file we selected, then the file name. Obviously for the file name you can give the timestamp, so we'll say date.now.png. So over here I think we are not saving the selected file, so basically we can add a state called constant selected image comma set selected image is equal to use state. Okay, and you can add a type file. Over here we'll set the selected image as file, and once you add, obviously over here we'll say selected image. I will make this as async, so it's saying it might be an undefined, so maybe you can add a condition. If selected image file is there, then only upload it. Then we need to say publish is published to true, and then save it. Now once you have the image reference, then you can just console this image reference dot I think let's console this image reference only, and we'll check whether we are getting the result or not. Now let's save this one, let's test this out. So I will go to this image selection. Inside the inspect panel, we'll observe the console, and I will select the image, okay, some random image, and once you select this image, we'll say upload image. Okay, now obviously in the meantime you can add a loading state over here, so it will show the loading state. So what I will do, I will just add a loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, but when you start uploading the file, so over here we'll set the loading as true, and once the file is uploaded successful, we can set the loading false. Okay, now this loading obviously we are going to use over here, so we'll add a loading and a loader indicator. That's it. Okay, obviously for this loader I will add animate spin, so it will spin it, and you can even disable this button whenever loading is true. Now let's upload the image again and then click upload image. If you see, it started loading, and as soon as the image is uploaded, it's returning the data, and in that one you will get the URL. If I open this URL in a new tab, right, so it will open the uploaded image. Pretty cool, right? And then you can even check by going to the ImageKit dashboard, go to the media library, and here you will find just now uploaded image. Okay, and this is how you can upload the image. Now once the image is uploaded, now the next thing, adding the AI transformation is quite easy. Now whenever we upload the image, right, successfully, we have to make sure it will reflect on our website. So we already have the image URL over here, so simply we will say selected element dot set attribute, and then we have wanted to set the source value, right, so we are writing as a source, and then pass the image reference URL. Obviously we are getting errors, so we'll just ignore this and then save it. Now once you save, we'll go back to our application, select the image, we'll upload the image file, and once you upload it, simply click upload image. Okay, now once you upload this image, you will see that image will reflect over here. Boom. Pretty cool, right? Because this image is now uploaded to our cloud storage, and then it's also reflected on our website. If I open this one, obviously it will not work because this code, whichever code we have, it's not yet saved to our database. That we will see in a moment. But for now, I hope you understand how easily we learn to upload the image on the ImageKit. Now next, we're gonna learn how to generate the image with the help of AI. And obviously for that one, we are going to use an ImageKit, okay, to generate the image. Now it's quite straightforward. If you click the link in the documentation, you will find this AI transformation called generate image via text prompt. Inside this, if you carefully observe this syntax, that first you need to provide endpoint, and then you have to pass IK generate image as a AI transformation tag. Okay, once you pass it, you have to pass your prompt and then add the file name, and as simple as that, your image will be ready. Okay, so same thing we are going to follow. So let's go back to our application. I scroll down, and over here, if you see, this is the input. Currently, whichever value user enter, it's saving inside the alt text. Then on the click of generate AI image, we want to generate the image. So over here, we'll call on click method, and inside this, we'll just simply say generate AI image. Now this particular method we are going to create over here. Okay, now inside the generate AI image, we need to set the loading as a true first, because obviously we wanted to show a loading indicator when the image is generating. Now in order to make sure that once image is generated, we need to set the loading false. So in order to make that false, we have to set that onload function to this image. So once image is loaded, then we'll set it over here. So we'll say onload, and then we'll set the loading as a false. Now once the loading image is loaded successfully, it means we can then set the image loading to false. Then over here we'll create a URL. Now first thing, we need an API, the URL endpoint. So we'll go to the dashboard. Over here we'll copy this URL endpoint from the ImageKit, paste it here. I will paste it something like this. Then after that, we need to add a slash, and I will go to this. Over here we need to add this image generate image prompt. So let me open this, and I will copy everything until this point, and we'll paste it here. Then we need to pass alt text, which is nothing but our prompt to generate the image, and then we'll pass the file name. So we'll say date.now, and then over here we'll say .png. Okay, and then save it. So this will be our URL. Once the URL is generated, we need to set the preview okay, because automatically it will update inside this preview. And once it is updated, you can also set the attribute to our website. So over here obviously we'll pass the URL and then save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So we'll go back over here. This is the prompt. Okay, if you want to update, you can update, and simply I will say generate AI image. But also make sure that when you click generate AI image, you can show the loading indicator. Okay, so I will copy the loading indicator which we defined previously inside this, and also I will disable this button when the loading is true. Now let's save everything, click generate AI image, and if you see, it start generating the AI image. Now we'll wait to finish this, and boom, if you see, the AI image is generated and it also get applied to our dashboard or to our website as well. Pretty cool, right? Obviously, if you modify anything and want to generate a new image, you can also do that. That's how simple it is with the help of ImageKit. No API integration, no any API services we are using, just with the help of ImageKit AI transformation, we are able to generate the image with the help of AI model. Okay. Now let's implement the ImageKit AI transformation. Currently we have the smart crop, drop shadow for the image, upscale, and the background remove. Now this ImageKit AI transformation we are going to add without integrating any AI model or any line of code. Second thing, if you want to add more AI transformation, simply go to the documentation of the ImageKit, the link is in the description, and then you can implement more other. Now once you learn how to implement these, then you can implement any transformation from the ImageKit. So we'll go back to our application, and inside this transformation options section, obviously these are the options that we are rendering right now. Now inside this we are going to add one more field called transformation, and then in this you need to add the transformation value. So if I go to the documentation, for example, for the background remove, if I go over here, this is the syntax that you need to add. So simply copy that. We'll go back to our application. Now this is the background remove. So over here, I will add transformation and then paste it here. Okay. Then let me copy this all over. And for the smart crop, if I go to the smart crop, if you see, this is for auto we need to add. So here we'll say for auto. Then for the drop shadow, we'll add this e-drop shadow, and depends on the image, it will add a shadow for your image. And then we have the upscale, okay, which will increase the quality of the image. Now once you add these all the transformation value, simply go to at the bottom, and here we're going to create a new method called apply transformation. Now inside this apply transformation, obviously we need to update the URL accordingly as soon as you added the transformation. But before that, when you generate the image, okay, and which you are storing in the cloud, make sure to pass this tr tag. Okay, this is very important because to this transformation, tr stand for transformation, we are providing all the syntax. Okay, also over here as well, when I applied, I will add tr is equal to. Okay, now once you have that, let's add a set loading to true because transformation will take some time, so it's better to show a loading indicator. Then over here we'll say constant URL is equal to preview because inside the preview we have the URL. Then you need to accept the transformation value, so we'll say tr value, which is nothing but the string, and then we'll pass this tr value. Okay, and after that you need to add a colon. Okay, because if user add another one, then it will add after this semicolon. Now once it's done, let's save this one and then set this preview URL along with the to this selected attribute with the source and the updated URL as well. Now this apply transformation we need to attach to this transformation button. Okay, so here we are mapping it, so simply add this on the click of this button. Over here we'll say opt option dot transformation value. I think we have spelling mistakes, so let's fix this one. And yes, that's done. And then here the transformation will automatically get applied. Okay, so let's test this out. So we'll go back to our application. Now first I will generate the image, so we'll click and it will generate the image. And if you see, the image is generated. Now it's a little bit blurry, but if you upscale this, click on upscale, and if you see, it again start updating your image. It will take a few seconds, and then once it's finished, you will see the scalability. It automatically increase the size, not size, but it will increase the quality of your image. And boom, if you see, the quality is now increased from the previous style. Let's try one more, which is a background removal. If I click on this one, now it will remove the background and you will see just this monitor. And boom, if you see, it's also remove the background for your image. Pretty cool, right? Obviously you can add a drop shadow and many other feature. So that's how you can add an AI transformation for your image. Now obviously whenever you select any of these, right, and that image URL already contains that transformation, then make sure that you can show that button with a different color, right? So for this button currently we have this outline variant, right? Now over here I will add a condition. So we'll say if preview dot includes, if preview that include the opt dot transformation, then you have to show a primary, otherwise you will show an outline. As simple as that. Oh, this need to be a default, not a primary, and then save it. Currently if you see, we uploaded attached the upscale and the background remove, that's why it's showing this both the value. Okay, but if you want to remove that, for example you want to revert this background image, right, you want that background image, so in order to implement that, simply I will go to the apply transformation and here we need to modify it. So if you want to modify, first we'll check if the preview URL, which is the URL which includes your transformation value, right, or here we'll say if not include, then simply add it, otherwise we need to remove that particular transformation. So simplest way to do it, first we'll say constant URL is equal to preview dot replace, or you can say replace all with the transformation value plus colon with empty value. Okay, and then you can simply set and update this preview value as well, and then save it. Now if I remove this background URL, you will see it's back. If I click it again, it will not take time because you already applied, right, and you can then remove as well. You will see the upscale as well. That's how you can implement this AI transformation feature. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt regarding this ImageKit, image upload, image generation and AI image transformation with the help of ImageKit, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to save the changes that we are making inside our application. Now whichever changes you made, we want to keep it into our database as well. Now if you remember, we already have this save button inside our header, and on the click of the save we have to make sure all changes getting saved. Now the question is how to call a method and update to our database on the click of the save button, right? So for that one, the easiest way to implement this on-click functionality from one component to other to execute that particular method, we are going to use a context. That's one kind. Okay, so it's kind of adding the way how to handle the on-click from one component to other. Okay, no one gonna tell you this particular technique, but I think it will help you a lot in many other cases as well. So inside the context, we'll create a new file called onSaveContext.tsx. Over here, we'll say export constant onSaveContext is equal to create context from the React, and then over here I will pass as a null and then save it. Now once you add this on save context, then make sure you will wrap it. So inside the provider, over here I will wrap this on save context dot provider. Obviously here we'll need to pass a value, and then at the top we'll pass an initial value. So over here on save comma on saved data, we'll say comma set on saved data, use state and any null. Now this on saved data and set on saved data I'm going to pass over here, okay, and then save it. You can put a type any, and inside this on save context over here as well we'll put the type any. Okay, now let's go to the header. So inside the playground we already have our header, playground header. Now on the click of this save, right, we need to call on click, and what you have to do first, we'll get the context. So here we'll say use context and on save context. Over here we need to call on save data comma set on save data. So make sure to import this on save context, and then you have to set some value. Okay, it will be the unique every time when you click it. So the best way, you can pass the timestamp, because when you click it, the timestamp every time is unique, right? Now once you update this timestamp, obviously our context will get updated with the new data, right? Now what you have to do, simply go to your website design, because that's where we have we need to save the code, because from the iframe you need to get the code. But before that, what I will do, I will add a use effect, okay, and inside the use effect, this use effect will execute only when the context get changed, right? So basically at the top we'll define a context first, or let's make copy from here as it is, and we'll paste it here. Make sure to import this use context and on save context as well. Now once you save it, let's scroll down, and inside this we'll say save on save context, sorry, on save data, and we'll just console this one. Okay, now we'll say saved. Obviously make sure it will execute only when we have this on save data. Let's save this one and let's test this out. Now obviously this console will execute whenever you click save button. Now if I click save button, see, every time when I click, it will give a new timestamp and it execute inside our website design. Perfect. Now simply you need to call on update code over here, or we can say on save code, as simple as that. Now inside this on save code, we need to get data from iframe, right? So over here we'll say if iframe reference dot current, then inside this we will add a try catch block, and then inside the try block we'll say constant iframe doc is equal to iframe dot current dot content. Okay, or here as well we can add all content window dot document. Next we'll say if not iframe doc, then, or we'll just say if iframe doc. Okay, but if once we have the document data, then we simply need to clone that document. Okay, so we'll say clone doc is equal to iframe doc dot clone node, then we have to make it true and we have to mark it as a HTML element. Okay, so make sure this need to be an HTML element. Now once you have the clone document, we have to make sure that let me refresh this. So we have to make sure that outline, once you select, okay, this outline not be there because we applied the outline for our reference purpose, that what we have to remove. So basically over here we need to remove all outlines, right? So basically we'll say constant all elements is equal to clone doc dot query selector all, and inside this obviously we need to provide HTML element, and then we have to select everything. Then over here we'll say all elements dot for each, then we'll say element and the arrow function. Okay, inside this we are going to simply make sure to wrap this with the curly braces, and over here we'll say el dot style dot outline is equal to empty. Then we have to say el dot style dot cursor is equal to empty, and then at the last you can say constant HTML is equal to clone doc dot outer HTML, and you can even console the HTML code, okay, so which you want to save it. And once you save, let's test this out. Obviously you can test it out the changes before saving it. So I will go to the inspect panel, let's make some change. So let's make sure that you are updating the button, and obviously inside the console you will see the change. But before that, don't forget to call this save code on the click of this on save data. Okay, this is very important. Now once you save, let's go back. Over here I will change the background of the button. Once you change this background, click on save button. So right now we are getting the undefined. Okay, it means at least our method getting called, but it's not returning any data. So let's see why. Okay, so basically over here we need to get a document element. So here we'll say document element, and then we need to clone that data. Okay, I hope this will fix the issue. Now let's click this, select this element, change this color and click save, and now if you see we got the data. Copy this data, go to the Tailwind CSS playground, paste it here, and then you will see the change. Okay, not only that, but currently inside our application, even though if you select any of the element and then click save, you will not see this border. That is what we are expecting. And if you see, even though if I paste that new code, the border is not there, right? And that's what we wanted. Now we have the code which is updated one. Now we need to just save it to our database. So if you remember, inside the page.tsx we have this save generate code. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is and then we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import this Axios. For the code we'll replace with the HTML because this is the new HTML. Okay, now we need to get the frame ID. I will also import the toast with a different success message. Here we'll say save. Okay, and for frame ID and project ID, you already know how to get it. So I will just use this use param and use search param, similar that way that we use it inside the page.tsx file. Make sure to import this use params. Now we have the frame ID and everything. As we are using await, so I will mark this as async. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back and test this out. So I'll go over here. Let me refresh this screen. Now here I change this website because when you save it, right, it save very raw data initially. So I just change the project, and now if I change the color of this button, for example, so click on this button, and then we'll change the background. Obviously you can select any background. I'm just changing the background so that we can easily update it, and then click save. Once you save, it's saying saved. Okay, now let's refresh this and we'll see whether it's really saved or not. And boom, if you see, it's really saved to our database. Pretty cool, right? Obviously you can change anything. If you want to change the font size, let's update the font size of this one. I will make it little bit bigger, see, okay, and then I will just click on the save button. It's saying saved, refresh it, and then you will see this font is changed. Okay, if you are getting this kind of text, make sure to replace it. Okay, we have to remove that text, but until this point I hope understand everything. If you have any question, any doubt while saving and updating our code to our database, let me know in the comment section. Now in this chapter, we are going to display the project list whichever we created. Currently on the sidebar, we are not showing any project list, right? But as soon as user created the project, that project we are need to show it on this sidebar. So for that one, I already created this API endpoint with the code, and I am fetching it from 3 different tables because we need to get the projects, the frames, and its chart information. Okay, so inside the eraser doc, you will find this source code called get all project with a frame and charts. Now obviously the link is in the description, just check it out. Once you copy this, go back to your project and we'll create an API endpoint. So inside the API, we'll say get all projects, and inside this we'll create a route.ts file. Simply paste everything which you copied and then save it. You don't need to import anything because everything is already there. But let me explain this. First, we are fetching all the project which is belong to that particular user only, right? You can even add order by clause, okay? And over here, I will add ts ignore. And make sure to import this. I think over here we don't need to write like that. In order by, we'll say descending with project table.id. Okay, so that's how we'll order it by. Then after this, once we have the project list, we just define the result with the type, and then we'll iterate it project list in order to get the frames. Okay, once we have the frames, then we'll fetch the chart information related to that particular frames, and then at the last we are just pushing it into the result to get the project ID, frame ID, and the chart information. As simple as that. At the end, we are returning the data. Okay. Now once you add this, let's go to the workspace page. Inside this page.tsx file, currently we have this hero section. Obviously we want it to show on the sidebar, so we'll go to the sidebar. Inside this, we'll create a constant get projects list and the arrow function. Inside this, we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot, make sure to import this axios dot get. Over here we'll simply add slash API slash get all projects, and over here we'll say async. Okay, now once we have the result, we'll console this result to verify that we are getting the correct data or not. Now this get project list we need to call inside the use effect. So we'll say get project list, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, and inside the console you will see the project list. Obviously there are a lot of records, you will find it. Okay, so I deleted some of them now from the database, and if you see, now we have only 3 projects that we are going to display. Now once we have this project list, let's save it in a state called set project list because we already have. So we'll say result dot data, and if you see, I think just we have to save it as a data only. Okay, now next thing, if I go back, you will see now that empty state is no longer showing because we have the information. Now let's go down where we have project list section, and inside this project list, so I will add it as a div first. Inside the div we'll write project list dot map, then we'll say project and the arrow function. Over here let's add an index as well. Then inside the div we'll simply add an h2 tag, and inside this we'll say project dot we need to get the chart information, and from the first chart again we have the chart of 0 and again the chart message. So we'll say charts of 0 and then dot chart message of 0, and we need this content. Okay, so we'll say dot content. So you can provide a type any over here because we did not provide any type for the project state. Over here we'll say key with a key as a index and then save it. Now if I go back, you will see this project list, right? Obviously over here I will add a class name. We'll say line clamp to 1. Okay, then we need to add padding to 2, or maybe we can add just padding to 1. And for this div you can add a class name with a margin y to 2. Perfect. Okay, now if you want to add a date, you can add the date as well. Now you can add an hover effect. Now on hover you can add background secondary. Let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty cool, and you can add some padding to this one as well. So even though if you did not add padding over here, I think that's also fine. Then I will add a rounded corner and cursor pointer as well. Perfect. Okay, and that's how your project list will display it on the screen. Now on the click of these projects, it will navigate to the playground with the correct project ID and the frame ID. So simply let's wrap this inside the link tag, and then you need to provide an hrefs. Now inside this hrefs we'll say slash playground, then slash the project ID. So over here we say project dot, and we'll get the project ID using this project ID field, and then we'll say question mark frame ID is equal to, again inside a dollar we'll say project dot frame ID. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now once we have the projects, see if I click on this hospital website hero section, click on it, and then it should navigate. I don't know, yeah, it's navigating. See, perfect, right? And obviously our website is also displaying. Now in meantime, when you come on this particular page, it takes some time to display these projects, right? Now to fix this, you can add the skeleton effect as well. So basically you can add a loading state first. So we'll say constant loading comma set loading with a false initially, and over here we'll set the loading as a true, and then we'll set the loading as a false. Then over here we'll say if loading not there, and also here we'll say project list dot length is greater than 0. So both the conditions should met. Otherwise you can add a question mark and we'll keep everything inside bracket. Otherwise we can add with a map and index, the arrow function, and inside this we'll add a skeleton. Okay, the skeleton component is already there, so you don't need to add it again. And then to the skeleton we'll say width full, height to let's say 5, rounded to large. Let's save this one, and if I refresh it, so this is skeleton is showing on the screen actually, but we need to give margin top to 2 for each of the skeleton. See, pretty cool, right? Here I will make this 10. Perfect. Over here as well, if not loading, then only we wanted to show no project found, right? And now if you see, it's showing the loading state. Now obviously you can click on any of these and then it will jump to that particular page. Okay, so that's all for this chapter. I hope you understand how easily we updated this project list. Now on the click of upgrade to unlimited button, we want to open a pricing model where user can subscribe to the paid model in order to generate unlimited projects. Obviously, adding a payment gateway pricing table is a big headache, but no longer, because let me introduce the Clerk subscription billing model. Clerk provide you the billing feature where you can enable the pricing subscription model directly into your application by just entering one line of code. Yes, you heard right. So over here, if you see this video where we have this pricing table, and inside the app only you can make a payment, and then once the payment is done, you can enable the free and paid tier, depends on which tier user is selecting. Okay, and it's quite straightforward, quite easy to set up as well. Simply click the link in the description, then you will jump onto this Clerk billing, navigate to the dashboard. On this dashboard you will see an option called configuration. Click on it, and here on the left hand side we have option called billing. Okay, click on this billing settings option. Here currently we don't have any plan, so make sure to create a new plan, and once your plan is created, there is one always free plan also available. Okay, but you can create another plan called unlimited. After this, it automatically generates the key. You can add a description if you want, and you can enter the monthly price as well. Okay, so in this case I am putting 9.99. Also you can add an annual discount option. Okay, so if user buy the annually, right, then you can give it just for 799 per month, and automatically it will calculate the total and everything for you. Also recently they also introduced a free trial option where you can give the free trial, that how many days you want to give free trial. For example, let's say 2 days free trial. So after the free trial ends, it automatically get charged to the user. That feature also you can add it, and you can enable or disable, depends on your requirements. Now obviously whichever feature you want to add under that pricing table, you can add it over here. So over here we'll say just unlimited project. So over here we'll say just create unlimited projects, then create this feature. Then we have option called export to code. Also we'll create this feature, then we'll say view source code, create this feature, and then 24/7 email support. Okay, so we'll add this feature as well. Now once you added all the features, simply save all the changes and then go back to your plans. Over here you will see the free plan and the unlimited plan. Then you will see an option called enable billing. Once you click it, now your billing is enabled and it's ready to use. You can go to this read billing guide or click the link in the description, which will navigate to this Clerk billing. Over here you will find how to add that inside the B2C SaaS application. As we are building this B2C business to customer and business to business SaaS application as well, so it depends on that, you can add this pricing model. Now in order to display the pricing model, you just need to add this pricing table component, and that's all. So let's do it. So first we'll go back to our application. Inside this app folder we'll create a new folder called pricing, and inside this we'll create a page.tsx file, add a default templates. I will rename this to pricing and then save it. Now inside the app sidebar we have this upgrade button, so I will wrap this inside a link tag with a h reference and we'll navigate to this pricing. Okay, over here we'll say width to be full. Oh, we don't want this text, and make sure to wrap this button. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, click on upgrade to unlimited, and then it navigate to the pricing screen. You can even move this pricing screen inside the workspace. Okay, so it will automatically get added with the all. Over here we'll say update the import. Now in this case you need to change this path to workspace/pricing. So I will navigate back, and then if I click on this one, now it will navigate to the workspace/pricing, and here we have the pricing page rendering. Okay, now inside this I will just copy the code, okay, like this, and we'll paste it here. Now make sure to import this pricing table from the Clerk NextJs. Save it, go back to your application, and boom, if you see, the pricing is showing on the screen. Obviously for free trial you don't have anything, but for unlimited trial you will see you have all the feature which you added. You have option to bill annually. Not only that, but here you will find an option to start with a 2-day free trial. Okay, before implementing anything, I will remove this div. We don't want it. Over here we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify content in the center, and I will make height to, let's say, screen. Let's save this one. I think we don't need to give item to be in the center, or because it gets stretched. Maybe that's because we need to give some maximum width, or we'll say minimum width to 3xl, and then mark width full. Okay, I don't know why it gets stretched again. Okay, just mark this as a maximum width, and then we'll say justify content in the center of the screen. Okay, with the width full. I think we gave the width full. And over here I will also add pricing as a text. Over here we'll say flex column, and then for this one we'll say font bold, text 3xl, margin y to 5. Perfect. Okay, now once I click on the start 2-day free trial, click on it, and then you will see inside the application you will get an option to enter the card detail, expiration date, security code, country, zip code, and many others options. Obviously you are on the testing or development mode, so you can just pay with the test card, and once you pay with the test card, you will see now the current plan is active, is this one, the unlimited one, right? Obviously our trial will end on October 3. Over here we'll see the free trial. Now interesting part about this Clerk, that is also attached to your profile. Now if I go to this profile and click on manage account, over here you will find an option called billing. From this you can also manage your billing option. You can change the payment method, you can see all the statements, the upcoming payment, and everything you can manage from your Clerk profile account inside your app. And that's how easy you can switch to unlimited plan. Now obviously once you are on the unlimited plan, you don't want it to show this particular section because it's unlimited, right? You don't need to show that button. Now simply go to this app sidebar, and inside this app sidebar you can access whether the user is on free plan or premium plan. Now if I go to the documentation and scroll down a little bit, you will find that this particular method which will check whether user has the permission for that particular feature or plan. Okay, so simply copy this, and then I will paste it over here. Here we say has unlimited access. Now this has you need to import from use auth. Okay, if you are trying to use it on the client side, and it might might be, so we'll add has. Now you need to provide a plan name. So in order to get the plan name, simply click on this plan, and over here you will find this key, right? Use this key as a plan ID or plan name, okay? And then it will return true or false, depends on whether the user has the permission or not. Now I will scroll down to this footer section, and then we'll add a condition. If user don't have an unlimited plan, then only show this particular div, otherwise don't. If I go back, if you see, now it's no longer showing that particular section. Now obviously one more thing we wanted to do, so I will copy this has unlimited access code. Okay, so let's copy this, let's copy only this one and go to your hero.tsx file, because that's where you are generating the project. So I will add over here. Obviously we need to import the auth, use auth, so we'll add that as well. Make sure to add this use auth, and obviously we'll check if user has a permission. Okay, so on this create new project, we'll check if user has unlimited permission or not unlimited permission. But along with this one, we'll need to check if user already used their 2 credits, right? Because we are giving 2 daily credits, so that one also we need to add it. So that information you can simply get it using the user detail hook. User detail is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Now inside this we'll say and if user detail dot credits is not equal to less than equal to 0, then we can show the toast message saying no credit left, please upgrade to your plan, right? And then we'll return nothing. Obviously it will not go to the next line. But user has unlimited plan access, then obviously it will not go to this if condition at all. Now same thing you can implement, so inside the other feature. So for example, if I go to the playground and inside the project ID where we have let's go to this component, because inside the website design we added the tools, right? For that tool we can make it only available to the paid user. Okay, that one also you can implement. So if I go to any of this project, then this tool like getting the code or downloading the code, we can only make it available to the paid user. That feature you can enable. Now before moving to the next part, right, if you remember, we have this let me go back, because for the free trial we are limiting user to the only to create 2 per project, right? Let me remove this subscription first. So if I go to the subscription on the Clerk, you will see that user is on the free trial. I will go over here and then simply end the free trial. Okay, now once you end the free trial, obviously user will be on now again free trial, and that's why this particular section is getting display again. Now once you create the project, so inside the hero.tsx, make sure to update the credits as well. Okay, inside the API/project, because that's where we are creating it. So I will go to this projects route, and once the project is created, so inside the post we need to add update user credits, right? Obviously in order to update this user credits, you need to get the current credits. So here we'll get the credits, the current user credits, and then we'll simply say constant user result is equal to await db dot update user table dot set, and inside this you need to update the credits. So here we'll say credits -1. Okay, and then save it. So which will update the credits. You don't need to return anything from it obviously, but we have to make sure you will update the correct user information. So you have to write user email will match Here need to be a email and which match with the current login user email. Okay, I will make sure to ignore this equal and then save it. Now for this create project method, you need to pass the credit information which you already have, because from the user detail you'll get the credit information that I'm going to pass as a user detail dot credits. Okay, and then save it. Obviously once you update, it's not real time, so you also need to manually update the context. So here we'll say set user detail, set user detail, then we'll say previous. Over here we'll say dot 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 previous value, and then we want to update the credits which is equal to previous dot credit minus 1. Here you can add the previous of type any and then save it. Okay, now you can also update this progress bar. So if I go to this route, not route but I think progress bar is on the sidebar. So inside the workspace component app sidebar, we already have the user detail information. You can update the progress bar accordingly. So over here we say user detail dot credits. So we'll say user detail dot credits divided by 2 into 100. And save it. Right now if you see, you have 2 credits remaining. Now once you start creating a project, so we'll go to the workspace. Okay, so we have an error, so make sure to add an optional operator field. And now if you see we have the 2 credits, let's create something. Let's create a sign up form, simple, and then send this, and now it will start creating the project for us. See, beautiful sign up project, right? And you can see that everything in real time. And once the website is ready, obviously you can do all the edit and all the operation. But let's go back to our screen, and now you will see just 1 credit remaining. Okay, so that's how you have to update your credits accordingly. Obviously once you upgrade the plan, then you don't need to manage anything here. But if user is on the paid plan, right, or means unlimited plan, then you have to handle that situation as well. So over here we'll add an has is equal to let me, on the server side you can use something like this, right? So over here we say await auth. Okay, or it's just auth, so we'll say auth, something like this. Make sure to import this auth from the NextJs server, and then similar like I think we use this has permission. I will copy that, we'll paste it here, and we are also going to check whether user has an unlimited permission. If yes, so you don't need to execute this update functionality. Okay, so over here we'll say if not unlimited, then only execute, otherwise you don't need to execute, something like this. Okay, so let's save it. Obviously on the unlimited it will not update your database. Now we are on the last chapter of this particular course, where we are going to deploy our application on the cloud so that we can share your project with your friends, family, and start your own SaaS business to make real money. So obviously we are going to use a free cloud store hosting provider in order to deploy this application, and for that one we are going to use a Vercel. Now many of my projects already deployed on Vercel, but we are going to connect Vercel to our GitHub account, so that whenever you push any new changes related to your website, it automatically triggers the deployment and it will deploy the new update to the Vercel project. Okay, so very first thing, simply go to the GitHub, and here we're gonna create a new repo. If you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account. Here we'll say AI website generator. Then you can keep this visibility as public or private, it's up to you, and then simply create the project. Once the project is created, you can simply add this remote origin into your terminal. But before that, make sure to initialize the project, then add the remote origin. Then you have to stage all the files, right? You can add this stage all the files using this command, or you can simply click on this plus sign. It will also add to the stage. Then you have to give the commit message, and then you can give any commit message, and then you have to push these changes. If you are pushing very first time, you have to push with this command directly to the main branch, okay? And then once it's done, if you refresh this repo, you will see your code is now just pushed and available inside the GitHub. Okay, perfect. Now first step is completed. Let's move to the second step, where inside this Vercel, make sure to create an account. Then you have to click on add new project. Here you will see your project name once you connected with your GitHub repo. Obviously you can connect with a Bitbucket and GitLab as well, but in this case we are using GitHub, so we'll connect to the GitHub. Over here just now we push it, so we'll click import this. Vercel automatically detect the framework, which is Next.js, which is good. And over here you need to expand these environment variables, and you need to add environment variables. So don't worry, you don't need to add one by one. Simply go to the .env file, copy everything as it is, and then simply paste it here. It automatically assign the key and their respective value, and simply click deploy. Once the deployment is started, it will start building your application. It will install the dependency, and then it will deploy your application. If you face any issue, any error, you can just go to the build logs, okay, of your project, and then fix that issue and redeploy it again. As simple as that. So we'll wait to finish this, and here we go. Our project is now deployed. You will see this preview as well. We'll continue to the dashboard. Here on the dashboard you will find the domain. Obviously you can add your own domain by going to the setting option, and here our project is now live. If I click on it, you will see our project is now running. Okay, currently our Clerk is on the development mode, so make sure to connect your actual domain, then it will change to the production mode as well for free. Okay, you don't need to pay anything, and whichever service we use over here, it's completely free to use. Okay, so guys, that's how you have to deploy your application. If you face any issue, any problem regarding deploymenting your application, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask any question on the Discord channel as well. Also, if you press a like button, and if I get more than 500 like for this video, then I'm gonna create an advanced version of this particular project. So guys, we'll see you in the next video. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel as well.